Hello, dear listener. Wherever you are, I'm glad you're here. Before we begin, please make sure the volume is just right. Not too loud, not too soft. Just gentle enough to fade into the background. Now find a comfortable position, close your eyes, let your body sink into stillness, and allow your mind to drift quietly. You're safe here, you're not alone. And tonight, we're going back in time. This tape is the very first story in our Sleepy History series, and it's called The Hidden Lives of Mongol Nomads. Long before the rise of empires and modern borders, there stretched across the vast steppes of Central Asia a quiet, enduring rhythm of life. The Mongol nomads, whose legacy would later shake continents, once lived in complete harmony with the winds, the grasses, and the slow passage of seasons. Their lives did not begin with conquest, nor with warriors on horseback, but with quiet mornings and cold air. Picture it now, an endless sea of open land, where the sky meets the earth in a soft blue haze, and where a gentle breeze whispers through the tall, swaying grasses. Somewhere within this expanse, a felt tent, called a gur, stands quietly, smoke curling slowly from its top. Inside, a family stirs before dawn, the silence only broken by the creak of leather straps and the soft breathing of sleeping children. The eldest rises first, always. Perhaps the grandmother, her hair streaked with gray, her hands worn from decades of crafting and mending. She carefully lights the fire, feeding it with dried dung, the scent earthy and familiar. It is not unpleasant, not here, where life is measured not by perfume, but by practicality. She heats water in an iron kettle. Outside, the cold is still sharp. The horses, tied to long lines, stomp gently, their breath misting into the morning air. A dog barks once, and then goes quiet. There is no rush, no traffic, no emails, no alarms, just the rhythm of life, patient and slow. The children, wrapped in wool, are roused by the smell of milk tea. They drink from wooden bowls, still too sleepy to speak. Their father checks the saddles, his fingers quick and practiced. He does not speak much. There is no need. His horse knows him. His sheep know the path. The sun rises slowly above the plains, lighting the steppe in golden tones. There is no electricity, no phone signal, no calendar on the wall. Only the skiwai kingpagai and the stars that told them everything the night before. They read the stars as others read books. The movement of herds, the timing of migration, the possibility of snow, all spoken to them by constellations passed down through generations. A young boy helps carry bundles of dried meat to the cart. His sister ties a sash around her waist, the fabric patterned with red and yellow, her small hands precise as she folds and knots. Their mother hums a tune that is centuries old, perhaps older than memory. She sings as she stitches a fur lining to a pair of boots. The boots will walk across frozen fields and muddy springs. They are not pretty, but they are warm, and that matters more. By midday, the animals are released. Sheep scatter across the plains, the goats climb low hills, a lone camel stands blinking in the sun, chewing, always chewing. It is not a fast life, it is not a loud one, but it is full. The family eats together, flatbread, cheese, fermented mare's milk. No table, just a shared cloth on the ground. They talk little, yet everything is said. The silence between bites is not awkward, it is peaceful. After the meal, the father sharpens a knife while the mother boils hides for softening. The children play outside, their laughter light but distant, always a little distant, as if taught by the wind to never echo too loudly. In the afternoon, a neighbor arrives. He is not expected, but no one is ever truly unexpected out here. He is given tea and a place by the fire. They speak of wolves, of a cart that broke 2 days' ride west, of a child's birth, of an old man's passing. Stories float like steam from their cups. Then the neighbor leaves. No goodbye needed, just a nod. The sun begins its descent, and the chill returns. The fire is stoked again. Dinner is simple. The gear glows warmly in the dusk, casting soft shadows on its curved walls. The youngest child falls asleep first, curled beside the dog. The others soon follow, one by one, slipping into slumber, wrapped in thick blankets, and the comfort of knowing the land will still be there tomorrow. Outside, the horses lie down. The sheep are quiet. The stars come out slowly, gently, blinking awake like old friends. The grandmother lies on her side, facing east, as she always does. Her eyes close with no fear, no longing, no regret. Just the memory of another day that passed exactly as it should. Nothing more, nothing less. And so it was, in the hidden lives of the Mongol nomads, that history was not written with ink or stone, but with breath, wind, wool, and silence. As the seasons shifted across the endless plains, so too did the gentle rhythm of the nomads' lives, guided not by man-made calendars, but by the silent cues of nature. There was no announcement, no hurried packing, no sense of rush. Only the slight yellowing of grass, the cool bite of morning wind, the way the sheep began to drift restlessly near the edges of the herd. That was how they knew it was time to move. The migration did not begin with fanfare, but with quiet preparation. For days before the move, the family adjusted slowly. The carts were inspected, wooden wheels oiled, rope bindings tightened with knots that had not changed in generations. The children gathered kindling and stuffed it into sacks. The grandmother dried the last of the yogurt cakes, laying them carefully between cloth to keep them from crumbling. The father and mother spoke sparingly but with intent, checking each item twice, knowing that on the step, forgetting a simple pot or blanket could mean hardship that no one would hear. And so, on a morning that looked like any other, they began. The ger, their round home of felt and wood, was taken down with care. Every piece had its place, every movement rehearsed through years of repetition. The central crown, or tuno, was lowered gently, held with reverence. The lattice walls folded like an accordion, the felt panels rolled tightly and bound with leather straps. The youngest child watched as their home disappeared into bundles. There was no sadness. The home was never the walls, it was the people, and they were still together. The journey began before the sun fully crested the eastern hills. The animals moved first. Goats, sheep, horses, then the carts, creaking slowly under the weight of their belongings. The people walked beside them, not behind. The land was not theirs to conquer, only to follow. One step after another, they made their way across open fields that never ended. The sky overhead was wide and forgiving. Sometimes it rained. Not hard, not angry, just a steady drizzle that turned the grass silver and coated the wool in dampness. Sometimes the sun warmed their backs and made the dust rise behind them in a soft golden cloud. No one complained. The land did not listen to complaints. It only gave and took with the same quiet indifference. They stopped when they were tired, slept where the horses rested, ate bread softened with milk tea. At night, the children stared at the stars as if counting old friends. They had no fear of wolves, for the fire burned low, and the dogs slept close, and their father's bow was always near. After days of travel, they reached the summer pasture. The grass was thicker here. The river ran cold and clear, and small fish darted beneath its surface. The animals sensed it first. They scattered joyfully, as if returning to a place they had dreamed of. The family began again. The ger rose slowly, patiently. The lattice was expanded, the tuno lifted, the wooden beams placed one by one until the round frame stood firm. The felt was draped and tied, the door fastened to face south, always south. Inside, rugs were laid, chests positioned, beds unrolled. The fire pit was dug anew, its stones warmed by the first evening flames. Life resumed, not with a bang, but with the comfort of routine. The children gathered herbs nearby, their fingers brushing through sage and wild onions. The grandmother boiled water for a new batch of cheese. The mother sang a lullaby under her breath as she mended a hole in a sleeve. The father, silent as always, walked the perimeter of the camp, checking the earth, watching the sun, listening to the wind. In the days that followed, neighbors arrived. Other families, their own carts and animals, their own quiet laughter. There was no noise, only soft greetings and shared bowls of tea. Stories exchanged over dusk fires, news of weather, of sickness, of a wedding planned for the next moon. The children chased one another in the long grass. They did not know boredom. A stone could become a horse, a stick, a sword, a feather, a prize. They played until their legs gave out, then collapsed in sleep as the sky turned purple. And the nights, oh, the nights were vast. The stars glowed without shame, bold and ancient. Each one had a name. Each one told a story. And beneath them, the family slept in their round home, the wind rustling the felt, the fire crackling low and dreams unfolding like clouds across a dark sky. In the heart of the steppe, where trees are rare and shadows stretch for miles, the lives of Mongol nomads were not only shaped by nature and necessity, but also by tradition, quiet, ancient customs that whispered from one generation to the next. Among these, no moment was more quietly significant than the day a child took their first step toward becoming an adult. There was no sudden announcement, no party with banners or loud applause. Instead, there were rituals, deeply rooted in the land and its logic. These traditions unfolded with calm precision, often under the watchful eye of the elders, who had lived through more winters than anyone else around the fire. For a young boy, the path to manhood began not with strength, but with awareness. His first solo ride was a quiet rite. He would not be told in advance. One morning, his father might simply gesture toward a small horse, already saddled, already ready, and nod. No words, no instructions, just a look. The boy would climb onto the horse, hands trembling slightly, not from fear, but from the weight of understanding. He knew that he was being watched, not with judgment, but with hope. He would ride, not far, just beyond the rise of the nearest hill, alone with the wind, with the sound of hooves on dry earth, with the wide sky pressing gently above. When he returned, no one clapped. But his grandmother might pour his tea a little fuller that evening, and his sister might hand him bread first, without speaking. And in that silence, he would understand. Something had changed. For a young girl, the path was just as meaningful. It was not marked by the sound of galloping hooves, but by the scent of boiled herbs, the softness of fabric, the slow mastery of the loom and the spindle. Her mother would one day hand her a needle made of bone, smooth and light, no explanation, just the gesture. The girl would sit beside her grandmother and watch her fingers work, wrinkled hands pulling thread through felt with patient precision. Over weeks, she would stitch her first sash. It might be crooked, the colors might clash, but it was hers. When she tied it around her waist for the first time, her uncle might nod quietly. Her aunt might set aside the best piece of dried curd for her bowl. These were not loud celebrations, they were quiet recognitions. The steppe had no room for vanity, but it made space for dignity. As children grew, they absorbed the stories passed around the fire each night. These were not fairy tales, not lessons wrapped in dragons or heroes. They were simpler, truer. Like the tale of a man who lost his best horse and found it again 3 years later, only to discover it had led him to a wife. Or the story of the old woman who spoke to stars and told weather better than any man. These stories had no written form. They lived in memory, in repetition, in the rhythm of voices that never hurried, never exaggerated. Some evenings, a visiting elder would arrive, his horse thin, his eyes bright with distance. He would sit, sip tea, and begin a tale. The children would listen, their chins on their knees, their eyes wide with the kind of attention only the steppe could teach. Outside, the sheep would settle, the wind would grow still, and the only sound would be that of the elder's voice, unbroken, like a river of old truths flowing into young minds. Every gesture held meaning. When two riders passed each other on the open plain, they bowed their heads slightly, not deeply, not dramatically, just enough to say, "I see you, you are here." When food was offered, it was accepted with the right hand, the left placed over the heart, a silent thank you that needed no words. Even laughter had its place, quiet and brief, never indulgent, like a song hummed once and forgotten. Life on the steppe was not about speed. It was not about ambition. It was about alignment with time, with family, with the land beneath bare feet. A young boy might rise before dawn to collect dung for the fire, not because he was told to, but because he knew it would be cold soon. A young girl might braid her grandmother's hair with soft fingers, knowing that soon the old woman would sleep longer, speak less, and she wanted to remember the texture of that silver hair while she still could. There was no school, no homework, no grades, but there was learning, constant, quiet, essential. To watch a bird's path and know the wind's direction. To see the angle of a shadow and feel the hour. To boil tea without letting the milk spill. These were skills. They mattered. And when learned, they were never forgotten. In the hidden lives of Mongol nomads, growing up was not a race. It was not a destination. It was a series of small, steady steps, each one unnoticed by the world, but deeply felt by the soul who walked it. As the long days of summer unfolded across the steppe, life among the Mongol nomads took on a rhythm of quiet celebration. Though most days passed in peaceful routine, tending animals, mending tools, fetching water from distant streams, there were moments in the year when the land seemed to hum just a little louder. And one such time was during the gathering that would later be known by many names, but to the people of the plain, it was simply the time of games. The air carried a different scent then, not just of livestock and dust, but of excitement, of distant cooking fires, of horses gathering in numbers too large to count. The grass was worn flat by hooves, and the earth thudded softly under the weight of anticipation. Families that had not seen each other in moons returned to a familiar place, a patch of land where the hills met the river, where tents would spring up like mushrooms after rain. There was no official beginning, no trumpet call or banner rising. The festival simply began when enough people had arrived, and when the elders, wrapped in layers of wool and memory, nodded that the time was right. The games were not mere entertainment. They were echoes of life, tests of skill, strength, patience, and deep understanding of the animal companions that had carried their people across centuries. Wrestling came first. Two men, bare-chested, with arms thick like tree roots, would meet in a wide ring formed by curious onlookers. They wore special jackets, open at the chest, not for flair, but for tradition, so that no one could pretend to be someone they were not. There were no weight classes, no time limits, just the struggle, the shifting of feet, the locking of arms, and the sudden, decisive fall. The loser never wept. The winner never boasted. It was enough to be part of the dance. Archery followed. Bows, carved from horn and sinew, were strung with care and carried with reverence. Men and women both stepped forward, arrows in hand, their faces calm, their minds like still water. Targets were set far across the open plain. No walls to stop the wind, no tricks to aid the eye, only breath, posture, and years of practice. The arrows flew silently, disappearing into the grass or thudding gently into the wooden frames. Cheers were soft, nods replaced applause. And then came the most awaited event, horse racing. But this was no ordinary race. The riders were children, some no older than 6, their legs barely reaching the saddle, their backs straight with pride. They wore no helmets, no padding, just confidence and connection. The horses knew the way. They ran not for glory, but because they were born to run. The race stretched for miles, often beyond the horizon. Spectators waited at the finish line, eyes squinting against the sun, watching for the first flicker of dust, the first glimpse of mane. When the winner appeared, he or she was met not with shouts, but with quiet awe. Elders offered a sip of fermented mare's milk. A younger cousin might help the rider dismount, and the horse, sweaty and gleaming, was stroked gently on the neck, its name whispered like a blessing. Around the games, life unfolded with its usual grace. Women prepared food in large pots, stirring slowly as steam rose into the sky. Men shared quiet stories of the winter past, of wolves seen near the river, of a missing lamb found days later by a kind neighbor. Children traded carved bone toys and chased each other around tents. Grandmothers sold herbs tied with string, while grandfathers sipped tea with shaking hands. Eyes always watching the edge of the gathering, as if waiting for someone they once knew to appear. There was no stage, no spotlight, but music came anyway. A man with a horsehead fiddle played near the fire, his voice low, the melody older than names. It sang of wide lands, of lost love, of horses that never returned. No one spoke over the music. They simply listened, letting the notes wrap around them like a woolen cloak. At night, the stars burned bright above the festival. Children fell asleep in laps. Lovers sat side by side, hands barely touching, saying nothing, needing nothing. A woman might cry quietly, not from sadness, but from something deeper. A memory stirred by the sound of laughter, by the sight of a familiar gesture in a stranger's child. And slowly, one by one, fires dimmed, voices faded, and the gathering slipped into silence. Come morning, the games would continue, or maybe they would end. It did not matter. What mattered was that they had happened, that the people had come, that stories had been shared, that children had watched their fathers wrestle and their mothers shoot arrows and their older siblings ride like the wind. And when it was time, they would pack up their gers once more, load their carts, and ride off, not toward victory, but toward home, quietly, always quietly. Because for the Mongol nomads, even joy was wrapped in calm. Winter on the steppe did not arrive suddenly, but its presence was always felt before it appeared, like a shadow stretching longer at the edge of the day. The wind changed first, no longer playful or warm, but steady, sharp, carrying the scent of distant ice. The grasses turned brittle, and the animals grew restless. The sky itself seemed to lower, heavy and pale. For the Mongol nomads, winter was never a surprise. It was a familiar guest, one that arrived each year with cold breath and silent steps. Preparations began weeks in advance, quietly, patiently. Food was dried and stored in wooden chests tucked beneath thick layers of wool. Hides were softened and sewn into warmer coats. The gear was reinforced with extra layers of felt, the seams tied tighter, the roof fastened low to keep the heat from escaping into the vast, uncaring sky. Firewood was gathered, though trees were rare. Dung was dried in stacks near the entrance, each piece carefully collected throughout the year. In winter, even the smallest flame became a treasure. The days shortened. The sun, when it came, hung low and distant. Children stayed indoors, wrapped in thick layers, their breath curling in soft white wisps. They played quietly, carving animals from bone, stitching tiny pouches from scrap leather. Laughter still existed, but it was muffled, softened by the thick air of the ger and the knowledge that outside, everything was still. Life slowed. The animals were brought closer to the camp. Horses stood huddled in groups, their thick coats dusted with frost. Sheep were sheltered by the hills, guarded from the wind. Goats moved cautiously, their hooves crunching the snow with each step. Dogs circled the camp more often, ears up, alert to wolves who crept near in search of weakness. Inside, the fire never stopped burning. It was fed carefully, with the same care one might offer a child. A pot simmered most of the day, milk, tea, sometimes bones for broth. Meals were simple, warm, and shared in silence. The family sat close together, not out of necessity, but from a deep and unspoken closeness that winter always brought. The grandmother, who had seen more winters than anyone, sat near the fire, her hands folded, eyes half closed. She spoke rarely, but when she did, it was often to tell stories, not grand tales of conquest, but quiet ones, of a winter when the wolves came close and the horses stood their ground, of a time when food was scarce, but no one went hungry because the neighbor gave half of his flour, of the year the snow did not stop for 40 days, and yet the family survived with songs and strong tea. These were the stories that mattered. They did not teach bravery in battle or ambition in life. They taught patience, gratitude, endurance, and as the wind howled softly outside, those stories wrapped around the family like a second blanket. Sleep came early, nights were long. The wind whispered against the felt walls, but inside, there was peace. The children fell asleep to the sound of the fire cracking, the low hum of a lullaby, and the occasional snore of the old dog curled near the door. Dreams in winter were different, slower, deeper, like the land itself. In the morning, the world outside was pale blue and white. Frost coated every surface. The animals breathed slowly, the sky silent. The father stepped out first, pulling on his thickest coat, the fur lined with memory. He did not rush. He checked the animals, the sled, the perimeter of the camp. His footprints were the first of the day, temporary marks on an endless canvas. The mother prepared tea, warming her hands on the side of the kettle. The children woke slowly, reluctant to leave the warmth of their shared bedroll. Breakfast was quiet, and then the day began, not with urgency, but with purpose. Winter allowed no waste. Every task mattered. Every movement was considered. Even a walk to the nearby hill for water was done with thought, for the wind could turn in an instant. But despite the cold, there was beauty. The steppe under snow was vast and shimmering. The sky, though gray, sometimes opened to reveal streaks of pink and gold. The silence was not empty. It was full of memory, of stillness, of something ancient and enduring. At night, the stars returned, brighter than ever, cold light in a cold world. And under that sky, the family gathered once more. They did not speak of spring, though they knew it would come. They did not long for warmth, though they missed it. They simply lived, one breath, one fire, one quiet, powerful winter at a time. Spring on the steppe did not arrive all at once. It crept in quietly, like a careful guest knocking on the door of a long-sleeping home. After months of stillness and snow, the first signs were so small that only the most patient eyes could catch them. A patch of dark earth thawed beneath the edge of the gur. The frozen stream began to murmur again, its surface cracking into glistening shards of light. A bird's call echoed faintly through the cold air, unfamiliar, hopeful. And the nomads knew the season was turning. There was no sudden celebration, no grand announcement, only subtle changes in movement and mood. The animals stirred earlier. The wind carried a softer note. The children stepped outside with bare fingers for the first time in months, surprised by the feeling of air that didn't bite. Days grew longer, though not by much, and the sun sat a little higher in the sky. It was still cold, but it was a different kind of cold, less cruel, more forgiving. The father walked the camp perimeter each morning as usual, but now his steps lingered near the hill where wild onions would soon grow. The mother prepared tea as always, but her eyes drifted more often to the open land beyond, where green would one day return. Life slowly stretched itself awake. Snow melted into the ground and disappeared without sound. Small tufts of grass peeked through patches of mud, trembling in the breeze. Horses sniffed the earth with quiet curiosity, and lambs, new and wobbly, took their first steps beside patient ewes. Birth came with the season, not just of animals, but of a new rhythm. The grandmother, who had spent winter near the fire, now sat at the threshold of the ger, eyes closed, soaking in the faint warmth of the returning sun. Her hands remained still, but her breathing was deeper, as if the earth itself was filling her lungs with a forgotten melody. The children laughed more, though still softly, as they chased each other over wet grass, their boots splashing through shallow puddles. Their games were the same as before, but something had changed. There was more light in their eyes, more movement in their limbs, more stories at night. Spring did not erase winter. It gently followed it, cradling its silence with new beginnings. Repairs were made to carts, to saddles, to tools dulled by the cold. Clothes were aired out in the breeze. Herders rode farther each day, checking distant hills, noting where the best grass would grow. The land, though still bare, was preparing, and so were the people. It was a season of listening, of paying attention. A single blooming flower could mean the herds would be moved within days. A sudden gust from the west might signal early rains. The nomads did not predict. They noticed. They remembered. They felt the language of the land in their bones. And with each sign, they began to move again. Not away, not quickly, just enough to greet the season with respect. Young animals were marked and counted. Water skins were cleaned, saddles oiled, ropes coiled neatly and hung where they could be reached. The children were taught to spot the new stars that came with spring. Different constellations now watched over the plain, ones that whispered of warmer days and longer journeys. Stories returned to the night fires, not of hardship, but of hope, of migrations made in record time, of lucky births, of lovers reunited after a long winter apart. And with the return of movement came the return of visitors. One evening, a cousin arrived on horseback. His cheeks red from wind, his smile easy. He brought news of another family nearby, of a wedding to be held before the next full moon. The mood in the ger lifted, gently, like smoke rising from a calm fire. The mother began to hum again as she cooked. The father carved a new piece for the saddle. The grandmother asked about a name she hadn't spoken since autumn. And the children, wide-eyed and curious, listened to every word, already dreaming of the songs, the clothes, the quiet joy that would come with celebration. Spring was not just a season, it was a return. A slow reopening of the heart, of the land, of the bond between people and sky. At night, the stars shone softer but clearer, and as the family drifted to sleep, wrapped in thinner blankets, their dreams stirred with color, with light, with the soft promise of all that lay ahead. The fire burned lower, but not from need, just enough to keep the edge of night away. Outside, the steppe waited, ready to bloom again. Summer on the steppe did not arrive with the noise and brightness seen in other places. It came softly, as all things did here, like a hush between breaths, like the slow warming of stone beneath a midday sun. The land, once muted and frozen, now shimmered with tall grass, wild flowers, and the constant flicker of insects tracing invisible paths through the air. The sky stretched wide and cloudless, a vast open dome of soft blue, under which the Mongol nomads moved gently, calmly, and with quiet purpose. Their gurs were once again relocated to fresh pastures, chosen not for beauty, but for balance, near a river, shielded from the harshest winds, and offering enough space for the animals to graze in peace. Each movement was guided by memory, by wisdom passed down, not in books, but in gestures, in nods, in the subtle weight of an elder's gaze, pointing toward a distant ridge. The animals thrived in summer. Horses galloped freely across wide fields, their manes tossing like banners in the breeze. Sheep grazed steadily, while goats wandered higher, seeking the tastiest shrubs on rocky slopes. Camels, silent and strange, watched everything with slow, deliberate eyes. Dogs lay stretched in the shade, ears twitching, always alert, yet never hurried. The heat of the day was steady, not overwhelming. The sun rose early and stayed long, casting golden light across the land that turned silver as dusk approached. Days were full but unhurried. Mornings began with the usual chores, milking mares, checking saddles, collecting dung for the fire, but with more ease, more laughter. Children ran barefoot, their feet toughened by the earth, their voices rising like birdsong. They helped when needed, carried water, rounded up the youngest animals, then returned to their play, building small forts from stones, floating tiny boats made of bark down the stream, creating games with rules only they understood. Summer was a time of learning, not through instruction but through doing. Boys joined their fathers on longer rides, learning the way of the herds, the movement of the clouds, the signs left by wolves or strangers. Girls sat beside mothers and grandmothers, weaving, stitching, drying herbs, learning which leaves soothed fever, which roots softened the pain of aching joints. There were no classrooms. The steppe was the school, life was the teacher, and the lessons stayed forever. Meals were simple and shared outdoors. The family sat in a circle, bowls in hand, speaking little, chewing slowly. The taste of warm milk, dried meat, and fresh bread mixed with the scent of earth and wind. There was no rush. The day would wait. Evenings brought a softness that could not be described, only felt. The temperature dropped slightly, and the sun melted into the hills, painting the sky in layers of orange, pink, and finally indigo. Shadows grew longer. The fire was lit again, not out of need, but out of tradition. It became the center, the quiet heartbeat of the camp. Around it, stories were told, not always aloud. Sometimes they lived in glances, in a shared smile, in the way a father handed his son a carved figure, worn smooth from years of holding. Music returned, played low and slow, drawn from a fiddle whose strings vibrated not just through the air but through memory. Songs of migration, of lost love, of old heroes who never returned but were never forgotten. Summer was also a time of meeting. Distant relatives arrived, riding slowly over the hills, bringing gifts of cheese, new rope, or simply their presence. They stayed for days, or only a meal. Either way, they were welcomed, no questions asked. There was always room for one more. Relationships were nurtured during this season. Promises were made, eyes lingered longer. A young man might bring a girl a ribbon, shyly, without words. She might accept it by tying it to her sash the next morning. That was enough. Weddings were sometimes held, quiet, sacred, unadorned. Two families joining through food, through shared work, through silent agreement beneath the open sky. And as the days continued to pass, the steppe bloomed fully. Everything was alive. Everything was awake. Yet even in this fullness, there remained space for stillness. The people did not seek more than what was needed. They moved only when it was time. They spoke only when words added to the silence. And when night came, they lay on rugs beneath the stars, arms behind their heads, listening to the crickets, watching the Milky Way spill its light across the black dome above them. There was no sense of ending, only continuation. One day folding gently into the next. One summer, like many before it, becoming memory even as it unfolded. To the Mongol nomads, nature was not something to be conquered. It was not a backdrop or a resource or a force to be mastered. It was a presence, a companion, sometimes a teacher, sometimes a test, but always, always something to be listened to. The steppe was not just where they lived, it was how they lived. Every morning began with the sound of wind, and that sound held meaning. A strong gust from the north could signal an early shift in weather. A warm breeze from the south whispered of ripening grass and better pasture. The clouds told their own stories. Thin wisps high in the sky suggested fair days. Low, dark masses crawling across the hills warned of rain, perhaps snow, depending on the month. And the nomads knew how to read them. Not from books or charts, but from observation, repetition, and the quiet kind of knowing that came from generations of watching the sky like a trusted elder. The earth too spoke. Cracks in the soil could mean dryness ahead. An unusual softness underfoot might indicate thawing permafrost. The birds changed their calls. The horses pawed the ground in new ways. Nothing was random. Everything had a message. The people simply had to be still enough to hear it. Children were taught early to look up, to notice the stars, to memorize their slow movements. There was no need for clocks. The stars told time. When the belt of Orion tipped a certain way, it was time to prepare for winter. When Venus rose in the morning sky, migration would soon begin. Even the moon had moods. Full moons brought light enough to travel, to sing, to hold weddings. New moons encouraged stillness, reflection, quiet. There was no superstition in these beliefs. Only respect, only attention, only deep, quiet understanding. Water was sacred, not because it was rare, though at times it was, but because it held life without question. Streams were approached with care. Wells were never polluted. Even the smallest trickle from a rock was protected, marked, remembered. If a traveler found water and took what they needed, they also left a sign for the next one. A branch turned a certain way, a stone placed just so. The sun guided every task. It told the herders when to begin their rounds. It cast shadows that marked the path home. Its heat dried meat, warmed blankets, turned felt soft enough to sew. But it was also treated cautiously. On high summer days, work slowed. Faces were covered, the animals rested longer. No one cursed the sun, even in its harshest moments. It was simply doing what it did, shining, burning, giving. The nomads accepted it, adapted, continued. Trees were rare on the steppe, but when one appeared, alone against the wind, it was often treated as a kind of spirit. A tree that had survived years of storms, of drought, of grazing animals, deserved respect. Ribbons were tied to its branches, small offerings left at its roots, not for luck, not out of fear, but in quiet gratitude. Mountains in the distance were like old friends, unchanging, steady, always watching. No one climbed them for sport. They were approached when needed, passed with care, and spoken of in tones reserved for the wise. Lightning storms were watched from a safe distance, not feared but marveled at. The crack of thunder rolling over the open plain reminded the people of the sky's power. Children counted the seconds between flash and boom, not for fun, but to learn, to remember, to prepare. Insects had their place. Bees were left undisturbed. Flies were shooed away but never crushed in anger. They were part of the cycle, as necessary as the wind and the sheep. Even wolves, the occasional threat to livestock, were never hated. They were competitors, not villains. When they took a lamb, it was a loss, yes, but also a reminder. The steppe was shared, not owned. The nomads belonged to it just as much as the wolves did. And the silence, the deep, endless silence, was never empty. It was a space filled with meaning, with the rustle of grass, the sigh of wind, the distant call of a herder guiding his flock. To live in such silence meant to become part of it, to breathe slowly, to think carefully, to understand that words were not always necessary, that a glance, a pause, a soft nod could say more than sentences. And in this relationship with nature, this deep, respectful, unspoken relationship, there was a kind of peace that could not be found in cities or books or noise. It was the peace of knowing your place, of being neither above nor below anything else, just present, just aware, just alive beneath the sky, beside the river, among the grass. At night, when the family settled into the ger and the fire's glow dimmed, that connection remained. The stars blinked through the smoke hole. The wind curled gently around the walls, and the nomads slept, not as rulers of the land, but as its quiet guests. Among the vastness of the steppe, where silence stretches further than the eye can see, where time moves like the slow sway of tall grass in the wind, the most important parts of life were not shouted or displayed, they were quietly shared. In this world of wind and sky, the bonds between people were not marked by ceremony or display, but by consistency, by care, by simple presence. Relationships among the Mongol nomads grew slowly, like moss over stone, unnoticed until one day they felt permanent. Friendship began with tasks done side by side, gathering firewood in the cold morning, herding sheep under the midday sun, stitching felt panels together in the quiet of dusk. Words were few, often none at all, but the rhythm of working together formed a connection more stable than any speech. A boy and girl might ride for hours to check on distant herds, saying little, but returning with a deeper understanding of each other than any conversation could offer. When one laughed, the other looked. When one fell silent, the other stayed near. Trust was not asked for. It was built patiently in the spaces between chores and meals and stars. Family ties ran deep, but they were never rigid. A cousin could become like a brother. An uncle might take on the role of a father when needed. An elder with no children of their own would be cared for by a neighbor's child, not from obligation, but from the simple belief that all were responsible for one another. And when someone was lost, whether to age, illness, or the steppe itself, the grief came quietly. There were no large displays, no wailing, no dark clothes. Instead, the absence echoed gently through daily life. A bowl set down where someone used to sit. A task now done by a different hand. A story retold in softer tones, but the memory never left. It was folded into songs, into the shape of a saddle passed down, into the way someone tied their sash, the same way the lost person used to. Love, too, bloomed in its own way. Not dramatic, not sudden, but constant. Two young people might meet during a festival. One would offer the other a cup of milk tea. No promises, no bold declarations. But later, they might sit near each other by the fire, not touching, not speaking much. And slowly, across seasons, across migrations, that quiet closeness might grow. A shared task here, a borrowed tool there, a glance exchanged when loading a cart. And eventually, when the time was right, a union formed, not because of pressure, not because of age, but because it had become the most natural thing. A marriage was not a spectacle. It was two families sitting together, sharing food, exchanging small gifts, and acknowledging what had already been true for some time. The young couple would ride together from that day on. They would share one gur, one fire, one rhythm. And though their lives would remain full of work and weather, the presence of one another would make each burden lighter. Arguments did happen, but rarely with raised voices. A disagreement might play out in silence, in the way someone moved more quickly through chores or slept with their back turned. But even this passed. A gesture of peace might come in the form of an extra piece of bread or a saddle checked without being asked. Reconciliation lived in action, not words. Elders were the quiet centers of every relationship web. They did not command, but they guided. A grandmother's nod could settle a dispute. A grandfather's silence could speak louder than any lecture. Children listened because they felt the weight of wisdom, not forced, but earned. And when an elder grew weak, the family slowed down with them. Journeys took longer, tasks were redistributed. No one complained. Time spent beside the old was time well spent, because in every wrinkle, every pause before a sentence, there was something valuable, something fragile and irreplaceable. Children played in groups, forming bonds as soft and strong as braided rope. They created imaginary worlds between tents, hid behind ponies, whispered secrets in the tall grass. And when the children grew, they carried those friendships with them, into work, into marriage, into the long rides across open plains. The steppe did not allow for isolation. In a place so wide, it was the people who gave it warmth. And so, relationships were tended like fires, gently, steadily, with patience and care. Not everything needed to be said. A bowl handed at the right time, a blanket draped across shoulders, a walk taken in silence. These were the languages of love and friendship on the steppe. And when night fell, and the fire dimmed, and the family lay in stillness beneath the stars, they did not hold hands or speak final words. They simply breathed together, a quiet chorus beneath a sky that had seen it all. Time moves differently on the steppe. It does not rush. It does not chase. It passes like a shadow across grass, like the curve of a cloud drifting across an open sky. And in the hidden lives of Mongol nomads, time was not measured by clocks or calendars, but by the color of the land, the rhythm of the herds, the feeling of cold returning to the morning air. Generations came and went, not with loud declarations, but with the quiet shift of hands. One pair growing older, another learning to carry the same tools. A child who once gathered dung for the fire became the father who checked the saddles, the mother who prepared the morning tea, the elder who told stories in the fading light. And through each passing life, the traditions endured. The gear was still raised with the same care. The fire was lit in the same way. The stars above remained unchanged, though the faces beneath them slowly faded, replaced by new ones with the same questions, the same hopes. Some families stayed together for a lifetime, their tents never far apart. Others parted ways with the changing seasons, only to meet again years later by the river, sharing milk tea and silence as if no time had passed at all. There was no final destination, no village to retire to. Life remained in motion, but the steppe, wide and generous, held the footprints of every journey. The hills remembered, the wind remembered, and even if no name was carved in stone, the memory of each person lived on. In a carved bowl, in the pattern of a sash, in the way someone tied a rope or greeted a neighbor. The stories too endured. Some were true, others changed with the telling, but all were important. They gave shape to the days, reminded the young of what came before, of what mattered. A tale told beside the fire, told again and again over winters and summers, became part of the landscape itself, woven into the songs, the lullabies, the rhythm of hooves. The elders, when they left, did so without ceremony. They passed in their sleep, or quietly during a morning when the frost was still on the ground. Their belongings were not buried but shared. A fur coat passed to a grandchild, a wooden bowl used by another hand. Their absence was felt most in the stillness, in the space they once filled, in the way the firelight flickered differently on the walls, but even in absence, they remained. The steppe carried them, and the people remembered. Seasons continued to cycle. Spring returned with its soft thaw. Summer brought long days and distant laughter. Autumn whispered of change, of migration, of packing once more. And winter, with its cold breath, wrapped the land in quiet once again. Yet no season erased the one before it. They layered like stories, like memory. The modern world crept in slowly, carried by distant rumors and occasional travelers. A radio passed from hand to hand, a photograph brought by a distant cousin. Sometimes a truck appeared near the edge of camp, its engines strange and loud. But still, the core remained. The gur still stood round and steady. The fire still burned. The herd still moved across the open land, and the sky still stretched from horizon to horizon without end. Some left. They chose cities, concrete, and clocks. And some returned years later with different eyes, searching for something they had forgotten. And when they sat again beside the fire, when they drank milk tea and listened to the wind, they remembered. Not through words, but through feeling, through silence, through the way the stars looked above the Ger, unchanged and eternal. The hidden lives of Mongol nomads were never truly hidden. They were simply quiet, simple, strong, woven into the earth itself. Their wisdom did not shout. It waited, in every blade of grass, in every creaking saddle, in every lullaby sung to a sleeping child. And though time moved forward, as it always does, their way of life remained, not in grand monuments, but in the calm, steady breath of those who still listen to the land. In the way a father shows his son how to hold a bow, in the way a grandmother smooths a child's hair and tells them of a horse that once found its way home through snow, in the way the fire is never allowed to go out, the steppe still holds them, those who came before, and tonight, under the same sky, with the same wind curling softly around your ears, you have traveled with them, not in distance, but in understanding. And now, as the final ember fades, and the stars blink softly overhead, it is time to rest, time to breathe, time to sleep with the quiet strength of the steppe still with you. That was the end of our story. Now, let's gently move into the next chapter. In this quiet journey through sleepy history, we arrive at a new tale, the ancient maritime trade of the Phoenicians. Close your eyes and let the sea carry you softly into the past. Long before modern ships crossed the oceans, before ports buzzed with cranes and radios, before maps were printed and sea lanes marked with satellites, there was a time when the sea itself was mystery and promise, danger and reward. And in that time, along the narrow strip of land hugging the eastern edge of the Mediterranean, there lived a people who did not fear the sea, but embraced it. They were the Phoenicians, traders, sailors, craftsmen, quietly powerful, remarkably mobile, and endlessly patient. Their world was not defined by kings or conquests, but by cargo, by wind, by the smell of salt and cedar. Their cities were small, scattered like beads along the coast, Tyre, Sidon, Byblos, each nestled near a calm bay or a rocky inlet, each with ships bobbing gently in the water, tied to wooden posts worn smooth by time. From these cities the Phoenicians set sail, not in grand fleets of war, but in modest merchant ships, curved and sturdy, stitched together by skilled hands that knew wood better than most know words. Their sails were square, their oars long, and their journeys far, so very far. They sailed west, always west, following the sun, tracing the edge of the sea where land met water and stories became trade. They carried goods few others could match. Cedarwood from the forests of Lebanon, fragrant, strong, and sought after. Purple dye made from the tiny murex snail, so rare that it became the color of royalty. Glass, clear and smooth, molded by fire and breath. And with these they carried pottery, olive oil, cloth, wine, and something less visible, knowledge. Roots, languages, weights and measures, customs and courtesies. Trade, for the Phoenicians, was not simply a transaction. It was a way of life. They did not conquer cities. They befriended them. They did not demand tribute. They offered value. And through this quiet, consistent rhythm of exchange, their influence spread like a tide, not loud, but steady. Ports from Cyprus to Crete, from Carthage to Cadiz, knew the feel of Phoenician hands. Their language, simple and efficient, spread along with them, its alphabet eventually shaping the written words of entire civilizations. But back in their coastal homes, life remained modest. Shipbuilders worked from dawn to dusk, their tools unchanged for centuries. Women spun thread and prepared food, careful to dry enough olives, press enough oil, and seal enough jars to supply the next voyage. Children learned early to tie knots, to read the wind, to feel the difference between a good rope and one that might fray too soon. The sea was not an escape. It was a daily reality. It shaped their rhythms, dictated their departures, decided when to wait and when to sail. And the Phoenicians listened. They watched the clouds, tasted the air, felt the water. They knew when a storm was hiding just beyond the horizon, when a current might carry them farther than planned. And when they sailed, they did so with care, hugging the coastline when possible, dropping anchor in familiar coves, waiting for favorable winds. There were no engines, no charts, just stars above and instinct below. Their journeys took weeks, sometimes months. They returned with foreign goods, strange coins, and new stories. A kind of perfume from Egypt, a pattern in pottery from the Aegean, a legend told in a language they barely spoke but somehow understood. They brought these things home, not to display, but to fold quietly into daily life. A new way of weaving a basket, a different shape for a jar, an idea for how to carve a better rudder. Innovation came not from invention, but from observation, from humility, from watching how others lived and choosing what to carry forward. At night, the harbors grew quiet. The ships rocked gently in the dark. Lanterns flickered from balconies. The scent of fish, of wood smoke, of tar and salt lingered in the air. And the people slept, not with fear of war, but with the deep tiredness of work well done, of trade routes mapped not on paper, but in memory, of relationships built not through force, but through trust. The Phoenicians left little behind in monuments. Their temples were small, their statues few, but their legacy drifted onward, carried in alphabets, in glass, in color, and in the soft, steady rise and fall of ships that still follow the paths they once charted by hand and by hope. To understand the true reach of the Phoenicians, one must picture the ancient Mediterranean not as a barrier, but as a long, winding road, its waves like cobblestones, its harbors like quiet inns where weary traders paused to rest, to trade, to learn. The Phoenicians, more than any people of their time, understood that the sea was not an end, but a bridge. And so they sailed, again and again, from their home shores in what is now modern-day Lebanon, to distant coasts that most had never heard of, mapping with their minds, remembering with their hands, and building not with stone, but with relationships. Their ships would arrive silently in the early light, sails drawn, oars tucked, their wooden hulls gliding into unfamiliar harbors. Local traders would gather, curious, cautious, yet hopeful. The Phoenicians came not with soldiers, but with goods, always something useful, always something beautiful. In Cyprus, they brought purple dye and glass beads in exchange for copper, the red metal that sang under the hammer and glowed in the fire. They did not barter wildly or demand loudly. They waited. They showed their wares, spoke a few words in the local tongue, and nodded politely. Their calm was part of the trade. In Crete, they found olives and wine, stored in tall clay amphorae, the surface marked with symbols only some could read, but all could appreciate. The Phoenicians, fluent in symbols, saw meaning everywhere. They marked their own goods with simple signs, straight lines, curves, dots, early letters that would one day form the basis of alphabets across the world. In Egypt, they traded cedar wood, tall, fragrant trees from their own mountains, for linen, papyrus, and perfumes. They did not linger near pyramids or palaces. Their world was the dock, the marketplace, the quiet transaction beneath the awning of a sun-warmed stall. In each port, they observed. They watched how jars were shaped, how scales were balanced, how fishermen patched their nets. They noticed what people ate, what they wore, what they treasured. Then they returned home, not only with cargo, but with ideas. A new stitch in their cloth, a better lid for their pots. A melody hummed while working. Carthage, their greatest colony in the West, was more than a port. It was a mirror, a reflection of what the Phoenicians valued. Built near safe waters with high ground behind it, Carthage grew slowly but surely, stone by stone, ship by ship. It was a place where their way of life could take deeper root, a place where Phoenician children were born beneath different stars but taught the same methods, the same respect for sea and trade. And still they sailed farther, to Sicily, where volcanoes loomed but wheat grew tall, to Sardinia, where metal waited beneath the hills, to the Balearic Islands, where strange customs lived but beauty thrived, and even beyond, to the narrow strait we now call Gibraltar, and past it, into the unknown waters the ancients feared. There they found new lands, perhaps even glimpses of the Atlantic, where the waves were taller, the winds stronger, but the trade still possible. And wherever they went, they left behind not walls or armies, but fragments. A carved bead, a clay bowl, a name whispered into the local dialect, nothing grand, but persistent. As they returned from these journeys, their ships heavier than when they left, the harbors of Tyre and Sidon would glow with renewed energy. Workers unloaded carefully. Scribes took notes, marking what came from where. Craftsmen inspected new tools. Families gathered around sailors, asking what the sun looked like in the west, what the people wore, what they ate. The Phoenician world expanded not through war, but through wonder. And even those who never left their home shores felt the horizon grow a little wider with each returning ship. At night, the city lights reflected on calm waters. The scent of faraway spices mingled with the smoke of evening fires. A piece of amber from the north, a patterned fabric from the south, a strange shell from a coast no one could name. These things were more than objects. They were proof. Proof that the world was wide, yes, but also connected. That the sea, though deep, could be crossed. That different people, speaking different tongues, could meet in peace, exchange something of value, and part with a nod. The Phoenicians did not leave behind great temples or towering statues, but in every port where their ships once rested, a trace remained. A habit, a word, a way of weighing goods or shaping sails. And though their names faded, their influence did not, for they had sown their legacy not into stone, but into trade, into glass, into language, and into the soft memory of waves lapping gently against the shore. To understand how the Phoenicians came to master the sea, one must begin not with maps or sails, but with wood, specifically the cedar trees of the Levant, tall, fragrant, resistant to rot, and treasured by all who knew the value of a strong ship that would not crack under the weight of waves. In the hills above their coastal cities, Phoenician woodcutters moved quietly through the forest, choosing each tree with care. Not every trunk was suitable. The grain had to be straight, the scent rich, the strength tested by years of wind and weather. They cut with precision, trimmed the branches, and let the wood rest. It was not rushed. Nothing in their craft ever was. Once ready, the timber was transported down to shipyards by oxen and sled. There on the shore, craftsmen waited. These were not ordinary laborers. They were artisans, men who had built ships for decades, their hands calloused, their eyes sharp, their knowledge passed from father to son with few words but endless repetition. They shaped the keel first, the backbone of the vessel. Then came the ribs, curved and smooth, rising like the skeleton of a great sea creature yet to be born. The planks were fastened with dowels and natural resin, sealed with pitch, bound not just with tools but with trust. Every joint mattered, every angle counted, because once the ship touched water, there would be no second chances. The sails were woven from strong flax, dyed in colors to mark the ship's origin. The ropes were coiled from twisted fiber, soaked, stretched, then tested again and again. The Phoenicians did not build ships for speed alone, nor for size. They built for balance, for reliability, for long journeys where the sea might turn from calm to chaos without warning. Cargo space was designed carefully. Amphorae were packed with straw. Heavy items were placed low. Balance was constant, cargo always checked. Even the oars had their place, resting alongside the sides of the ship, ready to dip into water when the wind failed. Navigation was its own kind of quiet genius. With no compass, no printed charts, the Phoenicians relied on the stars. They knew them by name and by pattern. The North Star, fixed and steady, was a trusted guide. Other constellations signaled seasons, directions, and distances. But they also read the sea itself, the way the water changed color, the feel of current against hull, the behavior of birds circling above. They knew that if certain gulls appeared, land was near, that dolphins swimming close could mean calmer waters ahead. They listened to the wind, not just its sound, but its shape, its pressure, the stories it told against the curve of the sail. On board there was order. Each sailor had a role. The helmsman guided, hands firm on the long tiller. The lookout stood at the bow, eyes narrowed against the salt spray. The trader kept inventory, scrolls tucked safely in waxed pouches, lists written in a tight, neat script. The cook tended to a small fire pot, preparing simple meals of grain, dried fish, and lentils. And always beneath it all was the rhythm of the waves, the slow rise and fall that lulled even the most anxious traveler into stillness. Some voyages lasted days, others stretched into weeks. During storms, the crew lashed cargo tighter, lowered the sail, and waited. No one panicked, no one shouted. They had faced such nights before. The ship creaked, the sea roared, but the Phoenician vessel held. And when morning came and the light returned, they resumed their path as if nothing had happened. On calm days, sailors sang, low songs, old songs, songs meant to pass time and carry thoughts home. They repaired ropes, scrubbed decks, told stories of other ports, other markets, other people. The sea was vast, but the ship was their world, floating, creaking, alive. And eventually land would rise on the horizon, a faint line at first, then trees, then buildings, then the buzz of another harbor, another trade, another chance to listen, to learn, to share. And when the cargo was sold, when the ship was light once more, they would rest, just for a while, and then return to the sea, back across the waves, following stars and memory, always with care, always with patience, always with the quiet pride of a people who never sought to rule the sea, only to know it, to work with it, and to leave behind something of value with every tide. Far across the Mediterranean, beyond the familiar waters of the eastern coast, beyond the islands of Cyprus and Crete, beyond the Greek city-states and the southern edge of Sicily, there rose a new home for the Phoenicians, a city that would become more than a colony, more than a port. It would become a legacy. Its name was Carthage. Carthage began not with conquest, but with quiet purpose. It started, like many Phoenician settlements, as a simple outpost, a safe harbor, a place to stop, to rest, to trade. The coast near what is now Tunisia offered calm waters and rich surroundings. The sea was generous, the hills green, and the land between them strong enough to hold dreams. At first, there were only a few homes, simple structures built from stone and wood, the kind that rose quickly but lasted. Traders brought cedar wood and glass from the east, and in return they found grain, metals, and fertile ground. The city grew slowly, carefully. It was not built to impress, but to function. Docks were extended, warehouses constructed, markets shaded with woven cloth. The people of Carthage, though descended from Phoenician blood, began to carry something new, a blend of identities, shaped by years of travel, trade, and time. Their language remained, but so did the words of neighbors. Their gods came from home, but others were welcome too, a city of many tongues, many tools, many textures. And through it all ran the sea. Carthage was never far from water. From the high points of the city, one could see the harbor in full, the military dock shaped like a great ring, the merchant port bustling with sails and oars. Ships arrived daily. Some brought salt and wool from Iberia, others carried pottery from Etruria, or spices from lands even farther. And when the sailors stepped ashore, they were greeted not as strangers, but as part of a larger rhythm, the unspoken dance of commerce, trust, and exchange. The markets of Carthage were never quiet, not chaotic, not loud, but alive. The sound of barter, the clink of coin, the shuffle of sandaled feet on stone. Sellers called out, offering purple dye, polished amber, woven fabrics, smoked fish. Buyers came from near and far, locals, travelers, settlers, envoys. No one was turned away. Trade was not a transaction, it was a connection. In Carthage, time moved with the tides. The mornings were for labor, loading ships, unloading goods, inspecting sails, preparing supplies. The afternoons brought meetings between traders, quiet discussions over clay cups of wine, agreements sealed with a handshake and a shared meal. And the evenings belonged to stories. Families gathered on rooftops, watching the sun fall into the sea. Elders spoke of Tyre, of Sidon, of the old cities where it all began. Children listened, wide-eyed, imagining ships that sailed into storms and returned with treasure. Some of those children would grow up to sail. Others would build ships. Others would stay, keeping the city whole while the rest of the world moved in and out of its gates. The Carthaginians did not forget where they came from. Their rituals, their crafts, their ways of speaking. These carried the spirit of the Phoenician coast. But they added to it, sharpened it, strengthened it. Where Tyre had narrow streets, Carthage built broad ones. Where Sidon was hemmed by hills, Carthage expanded inland. It became a center, not only of trade, but of ideas. Philosophers visited, builders experimented, artists carved and painted, blending styles from east and west, and always the ships came and went. They were the arteries of the city, bringing life from afar and sending it outward again. Carthage prospered not because it dominated, but because it understood. It knew the value of patience, of listening, a giving before asking. And even as other powers rose, Rome, Greece, Egypt, Carthage remained steady, its heart beating with the rhythm of trade, its people grounded in the belief that the sea was not to be feared, but followed. There were temples, yes, but they were modest. There were statues, yes, but never towering. The city's greatness was not in its height, but in its reach. And when night fell, and the winds quieted, and the harbor lights flickered on the waves, Carthage stood still, listening to the sea, remembering the hands that built it, the ships that fed it, and the people who chose, long ago, to trust the water more than the sword. Beyond Carthage, beyond the settled streets and quiet power of that western jewel, stretched a vast and subtle web, an invisible thread of trade routes and distant outposts that formed the true strength of the Phoenician world. It was not an empire in the traditional sense. There were no legions, no forced banners, no governors sent from faraway capitals. There was only the sea, and the trust built on centuries of movement, exchange, and quiet understanding. Along the Mediterranean's southern and northern shores, small Phoenician colonies dotted the coastline. Some were little more than harbors with warehouses. Others grew into towns with their own rhythm, their own families, and their own blend of Phoenician customs and local flavor. Each one served as a node, a place to resupply, to rest, to trade, and to pass on news. In Sicily, there were outposts near Palermo and on the western edge, where the locals grew wheat and pressed olives, where clay was rich and shaped into amphorae for storing grain, oil, or wine. The Phoenicians brought their glass, their cloth, their patience. They left behind not dominance, but pottery, language, and methods of trade that lingered long after they had moved on. Further west, in Sardinia, the rocky coastline gave way to a land of minerals, lead, silver, copper. The Phoenicians, always watchful, never overreached. They offered their goods, traded for what they needed, and built relationships slowly. In return, they established workshops, taught metal refinement, introduced writing systems. Their alphabet, simple and efficient, found its way onto tablets and stone, gradually shaping the way the locals recorded transactions, agreements, and laws. To the north, along the coast of Iberia, what we now call Spain, Phoenician sailors discovered rivers that ran deep inland and hills rich with ore. They founded colonies like Gadir, known today as Cadiz. There, their ships rested in calm bays, and their merchants exchanged dyed fabrics, tin, and finished goods for local salt, metals, and occasionally livestock. They observed local festivals, noted different gods, and often brought home not just cargo, but stories of spirits tied to mountains, of trees considered sacred, of songs sung by fishermen before launching into morning fog. These stories, though foreign, were respected. The Phoenicians did not dismiss local customs. They wove them into their own. Every new port added to their understanding of the world, and every returning ship brought a small piece of that world home. Even further still, beyond the familiar waters of the Pillars of Hercules, the narrow strait we now call Gibraltar, they sailed into what was then the edge of the known world. The Atlantic was darker, stronger, colder, but it also offered new lands, new fish, new winds. The Phoenicians built outposts even there, small and cautious, testing the boundaries of how far trade could stretch before the sea pushed back. These distant colonies were not ruled but connected. Traders moved between them, craftsmen visited, families relocated. A pot made in Tyre might find its way to Gadir. A silver bracelet forged in Iberia might end up on a wrist in Sidon. And slowly a network formed, not tight like a chain, but open like a constellation, its stars linked by trust, memory, and shared direction. Communication flowed not through edicts, but through sailors' mouths, through traders' notes, through agreements made around simple fires with a nod and a clasp of hands. There were no grand roads, but there was a highway of waves, stable, familiar, shaped by the wind and remembered by those who rode them. The strength of this network was not its size, but its flexibility. When storms damaged one port, another supported the flow. When one region produced less grain, another sent more. The Phoenicians thought not in domination, but in continuity. They were less concerned with ownership than with access, less focused on borders than on relationships. And in this way, they endured, even when rival powers rose, even when war loomed, even when other cultures tried to mimic or overtake their trade. Their knowledge of the sea, their quiet diplomacy, their adaptability kept them afloat, literally and metaphorically. At night, in the far colonies, fires still burned near the docks. Ships rocked gently in the tide. The stars looked the same as they did in Tyre. And the people, though shaped by many lands, still remembered the voice of the sea, the curve of the sail, and the quiet pride of being part of something larger than any single city. A maritime thread spun not from power, but from presence. Among the many quiet contributions the Phoenicians offered to the world, perhaps none was more enduring, more quietly transformative than their writing system. It was not grand. It did not decorate palace walls or shout from towering monuments. It lived on scrolls, on tablets, on bits of pottery and stone. It was practical, efficient, and deeply human. While other ancient civilizations relied on complex pictographs or hundreds of unique characters, the Phoenicians did something different. They simplified. They stripped language down to its essential sounds. They created a script made not of images, but of signs, each representing a single sound, a letter, a building block. There were only 22 of them, 22 characters, each shaped by the steady hands of traders, sailors, scribes, and craftsmen. This was not a writing system for the elite. It was for the everyday. It allowed merchants to track shipments. It allowed sailors to mark destinations. It allowed contracts to be written, debts to be recorded, promises to be kept. This alphabet, born from trade, from the need to communicate across distance and tongue, began humbly, carved onto wood or inked onto papyrus, and yet over time, it drifted beyond its birthplace. Like the ships that carried Phoenician goods across the sea, their letters traveled too. In Greece, their neighbors to the northwest saw this alphabet and adopted it. They shaped the symbols to fit their own language, added vowels, made it theirs. From Greek came Latin. From Latin came the scripts that would later form the written word for much of Europe and beyond. The letters you read now, the very ones used to tell the story, carry in them the ghost of Phoenician hands, steady and deliberate, writing by oil lamp in the quiet of the dockside, or the shadow of the sail. It was not only the alphabet itself that mattered, it was the idea behind it. That writing could be simple, that knowledge could be shared widely, that record-keeping need not be sacred or exclusive. A child could learn the letters, a trader could master them, a farmer could use them to note the weight of grain. In a world where power often came from complexity, the Phoenicians offered clarity, and from that clarity came connection. In every port where they traded, they left behind not just goods, but methods. A better way to weigh spices, a fairer way to tally goods, and a writing system that others could learn, adapt, and pass on. This writing was not accompanied by fanfare. It was not inscribed in gold. It was scratched into clay, painted on jars, pressed into wax. It moved quietly, efficiently, just like its creators. And through it, ideas moved faster. Traders in distant cities could correspond. Agreements could outlive memory. Instructions could be followed long after the speaker had sailed away. In a world where so much was oral and fleeting, the alphabet offered permanence. And that permanence helped form a web of trust that stretched across seas. The alphabet also allowed the Phoenicians to standardize their trade. A mark on a crate, a label on a jar, a message tied to a bundle of cloth. These were small things, but in them lived order. And in that order, growth. A ship could sail from Tyre to Carthage to Gadir, and every port could understand what it carried. Misunderstanding shrank. Cooperation grew. Slowly, without the need for conquest or rule, the Phoenicians helped stitch the ancient world together, not with armies, but with symbols. And at night, when the markets quieted and the sea returned to stillness, a scribe might sit in the glow of a single flame, etching those 22 symbols onto a tablet, unaware that they would live longer than kingdoms, longer than statues, longer than the ships themselves. The alphabet was not grand, but it was lasting. A gift from a people who understood that trade was more than movement of goods. It was the movement of ideas, of sounds, of stories. The alphabet became their most silent, most profound trade. And long after the sails stopped rising on the Phoenician coast, their letters remained, quiet, clear, and everywhere. The Phoenicians were not only sailors and traders, they were craftsmen of the highest order. Their hands, weathered by salt and sun, shaped some of the most coveted items in the ancient world. Objects not only traded for their usefulness, but treasured for their beauty. From the coastal workshops of Tyre and Sidon, from the shaded alleys of Byblos and the forges near Carthage, came goods that were both practical and elegant. Glass that caught the light like water, textiles dyed in deep purples that shimmered in the sun, jewelry shaped from silver and gold, with a quiet precision that spoke of centuries of learning passed silently from master to apprentice. Among all their crafts, perhaps none was more closely tied to their name than glassmaking. Long before the world understood its value, the Phoenicians learned to melt sand and mineral into forms that seemed impossibly delicate. They shaped bottles, beads, cups, and jars. Some were clear as spring water, others tinted in blues and greens that reminded one of the sea. They did not need perfection, just balance, a curve that fit the hand, a rim that poured without spilling. Their glass was not only beautiful, it was functional, designed to be carried by ship, traded at distant ports, reused again and again. Each piece was small enough to pack, but strong enough to survive a journey. And when light passed through it, it seemed to hold the sky itself. Traders in Egypt, in Greece, in Iberia paid well for it, not only with coin, but with stories of how the light caught their daughters' eyes when they held a Phoenician jar, or how a priest had chosen one to hold sacred oil. Then there was the purple dye, the famous Tyrian purple, extracted from the murex snail found along the coast. It was not easy to make. Thousands of snails were needed for a single drop. The process was slow, the scent strong, the color rare. But the result, deep, rich, and unlike anything else, was worth it. Kings and queens wore it. Priests reserved it for ceremonies. It became the color of power, of sacredness, of prestige. And though the Phoenicians never wore it in excess themselves, they controlled its flow with care. Small bundles of dyed cloth were wrapped in waxed fabric, labeled with symbols, and stored in the driest part of the ship. When sold, they were often cut into strips, measured carefully, treasured like gold. Their jewelry, too, told stories. From shells and bone in earlier times to gold and silver later on, they created ornaments that blended their own designs with those of the lands they visited. A necklace might carry symbols from Egypt, patterns from Mesopotamia, and the soft curves favored by the Aegean. But the craftsmanship, the way each bead was drilled, each link joined, was distinctly Phoenician. They understood what others valued, and they wove those values into their own. And so their goods always felt familiar, yet unique. Their pottery, while not always grand, was reliable, strong in form, simple in decoration, the handles balanced, the lids tight, the clay fired evenly. These were the containers that carried wine, oil, grain, and dye across the sea. Many were stamped with marks that told of origin, weight, and contents, early symbols of trust between seller and buyer. Their metalwork was practical but elegant. Tools, buckles, blades, and mirrors. No ornament without use, no use without form. Bronze was shaped for durability, silver for decoration, and yet nothing wasted. Even their ship nails were designed for easy removal and reuse. Every item made by the Phoenicians was built with the knowledge that it might travel far, change hands, and still be needed. Their workshops were places of quiet focus. No loud hammering, no shouting, just the soft rasp of carving, the murmur of instruction, the low heat of a kiln glowing in the morning light. Apprentices swept the floors, prepared the tools, learned by watching. There were no manuals, only repetition. A shape done once, then again, until it stayed in the fingers forever. And when the goods were ready, they were packed not in haste but in rhythm, straw between glass, cloth between pottery, wood tied with rope that had been tested against the sea, everything with purpose, everything with thought. And so, when their ships set sail, they carried more than goods. They carried care, they carried trust. And in every port, someone waited, not just for trade, but for the return of something crafted with quiet hands across the water. Though the Phoenicians were known across the ancient world as traders, sailors, and craftsmen, beneath every voyage and every exchange, there ran something quieter, something older, an enduring thread of belief, ritual, and reverence for the unseen. The sea, to them, was not just water, it was alive. It breathed, it watched, it gave, and it could take. And so, before each journey, before the anchor was lifted and the wind met the sail, there was always a moment of stillness, a moment to ask, to hope, to remember that they were never truly alone upon the waves. The Phoenicians honored a wide pantheon of gods. Many shared with their Canaanite heritage, some borrowed from other cultures, and others unique to the cities of the coast. Chief among them was Baal, a name meaning Lord, Baal of the heavens, Baal of the storm, Baal of the sea. But they also called upon Melkart, the protector of Tyre, the god of kings and voyages, often seen as the heart of their spiritual life. To Melkart they offered olive oil, incense, and quiet words before a ship departed. In Sidon it might be Astarte, goddess of fertility, love, and the moonlit tide, who received flowers, woven cloth, or small coins tossed gently into the surf. These offerings were not grand, not theatrical. They were personal, habitual, a sailor touching the carved symbol on the mast, a mother whispering to a clay figurine before her son sailed away, a captain placing a sliver of cedar on the fire as smoke rose into the dawn. Temples stood along the harbors, simple structures with stone altars, shaded courtyards, and shallow pools where light played on water. There were no towering ziggurats or vast columns. Their temples were close to the earth, close to the sea, open to the wind. Inside, priests tended the sacred flame, read omens in the way smoke curled or the way a bird crossed the sky. Rituals varied by port and purpose. Before a long voyage, a small procession might move quietly to the shore, incense trailing in the wind, music low and slow, drums echoing like waves. At sea, offerings continued. A few drops of wine into the water. A song hummed under breath. A prayer whispered to the stars. There was no need for spectacle. The act of sailing itself was sacred. Every voyage was a risk, and in that risk lived meaning. In times of storm, the crew would sit silent, heads bowed not in fear, but in respect. They did not curse the sea. They did not blame the gods. They endured, knowing that the sea had its moods, just like the sky, just like the wind. And when they survived, they gave thanks, not always with words, but with action. A vow fulfilled, a gift left at the temple, a meal shared with strangers as a sign of gratitude. The Phoenicians did not separate trade from belief. They saw no division between the practical and the spiritual. The hands that built ships also carved tiny idols. The merchants who counted coin also paused to listen to omens. The sea was both a highway and a temple. Its surface might carry cargo, but its depth held mystery. Their ships were often marked with symbols, eyes painted on the prow to see the way, sacred animals carved into the hull to guard against misfortune. These were not decoration, they were protection. A way to remind the vessel and its crew that they were watched over, guided, connected to something beyond wood and rope and sail. When sailors returned safely, they visited the same temples where their journey began. Some brought gifts, a shell from a faraway land, a piece of foreign silver, a new song to offer at the altar. Some said nothing, simply bowed and moved on, their gratitude carried in the quiet way they walked through the familiar streets once more. And when loss came, when a ship did not return, when a storm took more than it gave, the families mourned without anger. They lit fires, they told stories, they remembered. The sea had taken, but it had also given for generations. Their grief was wrapped in understanding, their sorrow softened by the belief that the soul did not vanish, but returned, perhaps with the tide, perhaps in the wind, perhaps in the dreams that followed. Even inland, far from the harbor, the presence of the sea was felt, in the scent of salt carried on trade winds. In the lullabies mothers sang to restless children, rhythms drawn from the waves. In the way elders paused before speaking, as if listening to a distant tide within their memory. For the Phoenicians, belief was not bound to books or dogma. It lived in gestures, in timing, in attention. It was part of the rope tied to the mast, part of the hands that passed bread, part of the stars that watched silently as the ship sailed on. It was not loud, it was not proud, but it endured, like the sea itself. As centuries passed, the sails that once moved with such confidence across the Mediterranean began to grow fewer. The harbors that had echoed with the quiet rhythm of Phoenician trade grew quieter still. The world was changing. New powers rose along the shores, empires that measured strength in legions and territory, not in the soft sound of agreement or the slow art of trust. The Phoenicians, never an empire in the conventional sense, found themselves surrounded by louder neighbors. First came the Assyrians, their presence felt more in demand than dialogue. Then the Babylonians, followed by the growing shadow of Persia, and finally the unyielding advance of Rome. The coastal cities of Tyre, Sidon, and Byblos endured for a time. Their walls stood, their ships still sailed. But the rhythm changed. Carthage, once the crown jewel of the Western Phoenician world, grew strong, perhaps too strong. It rivaled even Rome in reach and ambition. But where Phoenicians had once traded with a quiet nod, Carthage was drawn into the loud arena of conquest. Wars followed, long wars, Punic wars. And when Carthage fell, its ashes mixed with the winds that once carried purple dye and cedar wood. The sea, which had once been a thread tying together distant friends, became a contested space, a border, not a bridge. And yet, the Phoenicians were never truly erased. Their names faded from the stones, but their influence remained, embedded in the quiet spaces of daily life. Their alphabet, simple and elegant, continued its journey. It shaped Greek, which shaped Latin, which shaped the words now spoken in courts and homes across continents. The very letters used to write this story trace their lineage to those early carved marks on jars and tablets in long-forgotten markets. Their methods, too, endured. Merchants from new cities followed old routes. Sailors from new lands built ships not so different from those that once floated from Tyre's shipyards. Pottery carried familiar curves. Glass shimmered in colors once blended by Phoenician hands. In coastal towns, some traditions lingered. A lullaby sung in a dialect no longer understood. A market stall laid out in patterns traced from memory. A stone altar, long unused, still catching the morning sun in the exact way it once did when incense rose from its surface. Even in ruins, there was continuity. Archaeologists in later centuries would find traces. Shards of pottery, fragments of scrolls, tools, beads, seals, each a whisper from the past. Not grand declarations, but quiet reminders that a people once lived by the sea, moved with it, listened to it, and helped shape the way it connected the world. The decline was not a collapse, but a transition. The Phoenicians did not vanish. They were absorbed, blended, carried forward by the very currents they had once trusted to carry their ships. Their children spoke new languages. Their cities took new names, but in the rhythm of trade, in the logic of alphabets, in the practical grace of crafted goods, their presence remained. At night, the Mediterranean still breathed with the same soft tide. The stars still spun their slow circles overhead. And somewhere, in the rustle of reeds along a forgotten shoreline, in the creak of a boat resting in a quiet cove, the spirit of the Phoenicians endured. They were never conquerors. They did not build towering monuments, but they built something more lasting: relationships, systems, a quiet way of living that respected time, sea, and skill. And so, even as the world moved forward, their story remained. It was passed not through conquest, but through connection. Not through statues, but through symbols. Not through empire, but through exchange. And in the end, perhaps that was enough. Perhaps that was everything. And now, as the sea grows still and the sails lower for the final time in this quiet journey, we come to the end of the story, not just of a people, but of a way of life that once moved with the tide and shimmered beneath the stars. The Phoenicians, who never called themselves by that name, who were not bound together by a single king or a vast capital, who did not seek to rule but simply to connect, left a legacy unlike any other. They did not carve their names into cliffs or build pyramids to the sky. Instead, they shaped trade routes, carried alphabets, and folded distant cultures gently into their own. Their world was one of movement, of ships gliding between ports, of voices speaking many tongues but finding agreement over scales and spices, of sailors memorizing constellations while listening to the splash of oars in midnight water. They trusted the sea, not as something to be conquered, but as a path, a partner, and sometimes a teacher. Every journey began with respect. Every return was marked by gratitude. And in that cycle of leaving and returning, of risk and reward, of giving and receiving, they found their place in history. We remember them not for great battles, not for golden crowns, but for smaller things. Symbols carved onto clay jars, the soft curve of a blown glass bead, a piece of dyed cloth wrapped carefully for trade, the echo of footsteps in a harbor where deals were made not with force, but with trust. And those small things, those quiet legacies, endured in the letters we write, in the contracts we sign, in the simple fact that the sea is still seen as a path between people, not a wall between them. Their story is not loud. It does not rise with drama or end with thunder. It drifts, like smoke from a temple fire, like sails fading into the horizon, like the scent of cedarwood carried by a southern wind. Perhaps that is what makes it so soothing, so lasting. The Phoenicians remind us that influence need not shout, that greatness can whisper, that a life built on patience, observation, and care can ripple across centuries. And so we return to the image of their ships, small but steady, laden with goods crafted by thoughtful hands, guided by stars known only to those who watch carefully, moving not to conquer, but to connect, to share, to learn. The sea, ever shifting, still remembers them. In the way waves touch distant shores, in the pattern of trade winds that return with the seasons, in the harbors where old stones still hold the shape of ancient moorings. The Phoenicians are gone, their cities changed, their names softened by time, but their rhythm remains, in the logic of our alphabets, in the routes we take, in the idea that every encounter across a border can be an invitation, not a threat. And perhaps as you lie here, drifting gently toward sleep, you can imagine one last ship, its hull carved from cedar, Its sail a soft square of faded cloth. Its crew quiet, their eyes on the horizon. They do not hurry. The stars are above them. The sea is beneath them. And their journey, like yours tonight, is not rushed. It simply continues, with each breath, with each ripple, into the gentle dark, where memory meets dream. And so we close this chapter, with no loud farewell, only the soft rhythm of the waves, and the knowledge that somewhere, far off on a quiet sea, a Phoenician ship still sails, silent, steady, eternal. That brings our story to a close. Now, let us gently drift into the next chapter. In this sleepy journey through forgotten worlds, we arrive at a new tale, the forgotten festivals of the Celts. Close your eyes, and let the mist of ancient forests guide you into rest. In the quiet places of ancient Europe, where mist lingers low over hills and the wind weaves slowly through dense forests, the Celts once marked time not by numbered months or pages on a calendar, but by the rhythm of the land. They lived in harmony with the rising sun, the turn of the season, the scent of soil after rain, the migration of birds, the changing shape of trees, and above all else, they lived by festivals, 4 great markers that did not just divide the year, but shaped it, softened it, gave it meaning. Among these, the most profound, the most sacred, and perhaps the most quietly mysterious, was Samhain. Pronounced Samhain, Samhain did not belong to the brightness of spring or the warmth of summer. It lived at the edge of the year, in the last days of autumn, when daylight shrank and shadows stretched long across the fields. It marked not the end of something, but the beginning of the dark. To the Celts, the year began with darkness, not light. For them, night came before day, winter before spring. And Samhain, which fell around the time we now know as late October and early November, was the hinge between worlds. It was neither one year nor the next, neither fully life nor death. It was the in-between. During this time, fires were extinguished, hearths were left cold, the land fell silent under fallen leaves and silver frost. Crops were gathered, animals brought close, and the people withdrew into warmth, into stillness, into reflection. But Samhain was not merely about endings, it was about thresholds. The Celts believed that during this festival, the veil between worlds grew thin, so thin that spirits could pass through. Ancestors returned, not to haunt, but to visit, to listen, to remind the living that they were never truly gone. Families would leave food on their doorsteps or set an extra place at the table, a silent welcome to those who had come before. The flicker of candlelight in the window was not just warmth against the dark, but a beacon for those souls wandering gently through the dusk. There was no fear, only reverence. The dead were not enemies, they were memory. They were roots. In some villages, people dressed in cloaks and masks made from bark or bone, not to frighten, but to confuse ill spirits, to blend into the world of shadows and walk safely through it. They carried lanterns made from hollowed-out turnips, carved with crude faces and glowing softly through the night. These rituals were not loud, not grand. They were whispered. A song sung low near the fire, a charm tied to a tree, a story told to children wrapped in wool. The Druids, keepers of lore and silence, watched the skies during Samhain. They observed the stars, read the movements of animals, studied the fall of leaves. From this they foretold the future, not with certainty, but with suggestion. They spoke in metaphors, in riddles, in the slow unfolding of meaning. No answer was given directly. The question was as sacred as the answer. Fires, once extinguished, were later relit, not with any flame, but from the communal fire built on sacred ground. This fire, kindled with ceremony and care, symbolized survival, continuation, a reminder that even in the dark, warmth would return. Villagers brought embers from it to reignite their hearths, carrying glowing coals in clay pots or shells, walking silently through the night with the promise of light. In this way, the community remained bound together, not only by kinship, but by fire, by story, by the shared experience of Samhain. And as the days grew colder and longer, the people turned inward. They mended clothes, stored food, carved tools, but they also remembered. The tales of the old year were told again, heroes, losses, weather that shaped lives, small victories, great changes, The festival made space for these memories. It did not rush them. It let them breathe. Samhain was not a festival of noise, but of listening, of acknowledging the dark, not as an enemy, but as a season, something to be entered, not avoided, something to be shared, not feared. And so, in the stillness of stone circles, in the soft crunch of frost beneath leather boots, in the low song of the wind curling through bare branches, Samhain returned each year, not as a spectacle, but as a whisper, a reminder that all things turn, that endings are beginnings, that even in silence there is presence, and in darkness there is peace. As the long winter stretched across the land, the Celts watched for signs not in clocks or calendars, but in the hush of snowfall softening the earth, in the way light lingered just a little longer each evening, in the subtle shift of birds returning to branches. And when these changes gathered quietly at the edge of awareness, they knew Imbolc was near. Imbolc, pronounced Imbolc, was not loud, not sudden. It arrived with the gentleness of a thawing stream or the first green blade pressing through frozen soil. Where Samhain marked the descent into darkness, Imbolc was the soft murmur of light returning, not yet spring, but no longer deep winter. It came in early February, at a time when the world still slept beneath frost, but where deep beneath, something stirred. The name Imbolc may come from old words meaning in the belly, a reference to pregnant ewes and the first stirrings of life inside the womb of the earth. It was a festival of beginnings, not in bloom or brightness, but in potential, in hope, in the quiet belief that light was returning even if unseen. The hearth became the center of the celebration. Flames were fed with care, not for heat alone, but for blessing. The fire was not simply warmth, it was renewal, a symbol of the sun rising slowly again in the sky. Homes were cleaned, not out of duty, but with reverence. Dust swept from corners, tools mended, new candles made and lit with slow hands. It was believed that what was prepared with care during Imbolc would set the tone for the seasons ahead. And so every gesture mattered. Every bowl of water placed at the doorstep, every thread woven, every candle placed in the window. The goddess most closely tied to Imbolc was Brigid, guardian of fertility, healing, poetry, and the forge. She was honored not with temples of stone, but with simple offerings. Cloth hung on branches to catch her blessing in the night. Milk poured gently into the earth. Bread left at the threshold. Her presence was not summoned with fanfare, but welcomed with peace. Brigid, in many homes, was thought to walk the land on Imbolc's eve. People left beds for her by the hearth, small signs of hospitality. They spoke to her with whispers, asking for protection over the household, for good health, for safe births, for gentle weather. Children learned her name not through chants, but through stories. She was not distant, she was close, like the light of dawn, like the warmth of breath. In the fields, the ewes began to lamb. The first milk returned, and with it came nourishment, not just of body but of spirit. It was a sign that the cycle continued, that winter had not claimed all, that under layers of silence, life had waited. Farmers walked the land not to sow, but to sense, to press their palms to the earth and feel its stillness, to watch how the frost melted on certain stones, to notice how the air smelled of wet bark, of softened grass. Imbolc was not about celebration in the way we know it today. It was about presence, about noticing, about moving gently through a world beginning to breathe again. In some regions, small processions were held. Children carried Brigid dolls, simple figures woven from straw or rushes, wrapped in cloth and laid in baskets. They moved from home to home, receiving small gifts, singing soft verses. In other places, women gathered to weave Brigid's cross, a symbol made of straw or reeds, shaped in quiet reverence and hung above doorways. It was believed to protect the home, to welcome light, to ward off harm. There were no feasts, no noise, only flickers of joy, of peace. A shared meal of porridge or bread, a cup of milk passed from hand to hand, the soft hum of a song long remembered. Imbolc was a pause, a breath between stillness and stirring, a reminder that even in the coldest season, the wheel turns, that even the barest branch holds the promise of bloom. And so, by candlelight, the people of the old world marked the festival not with clamor, but with calm. Their prayers were short, their rituals simple, but their faith in the return of light was steady. And when night fell and the fire dimmed and the house fell silent once more, they slept beneath that quiet knowing that spring would come, that warmth would return, that in the hush of the land's slumber, something ancient was already waking. As the earth warmed and the days stretched longer, the people of the ancient Celtic world turned their eyes to the horizon, where the sun lingered later and the fields turned from brown to green. The animals grazed more freely. The wind smelled sweeter. The rivers, once edged with ice, now ran clear and quick. And with these changes came Beltane, the festival of fire, of fertility, of life returning in full voice. Beltane, pronounced Beltina, marked the beginning of the bright half of the year. Where Samhain ushered in the dark, Beltane welcomed light. It arrived around the beginning of May, when buds burst into bloom, when the soil softened beneath bare feet, when birds nested and cattle calved and the whole world seemed to inhale and exhale with joy. It was not a festival of silence. It was a festival of movement, of energy, of warmth. And yet, it still carried the same reverence, the same attention to rhythm and ritual that defined all the great Celtic observances. Beltane was the festival of protection and of passage. It was the time when herds were led out to summer pastures, when boundaries were crossed, when new beginnings were blessed with flame. Fire was at the center of it all, not the soft private hearths of Imbolc, but great communal fires built with care on sacred ground. 2 large fires were kindled side by side, and cattle were driven slowly between them, not in fear, but in ritual cleansing. The smoke, warm and fragrant, was believed to bless the animals, to protect them from illness and harm as they roamed the hills and valleys in the seasons to come. People too passed between the fires, some walking, some dancing, some pausing to whisper a prayer to the rising sparks. The fire was alive. It listened. It healed. It burned away the remnants of winter and lit the path into summer. From the ashes, embers were taken back to homes, used to reignite domestic hearths, carrying with them the communal spirit of the gathering. Around the fire, there was song. Flutes and drums echoed softly into the night. Dancers moved in wide circles, hands joined, hair loose, feet light against the softened ground. Some wore garlands of flowers, others painted symbols on their skin with natural dyes. There was no single costume, only expression, only celebration. But Beltane was not only about fire, it was also about the land. Flowers were gathered at dawn, especially hawthorn and rowan, both believed to carry protective energy. These blossoms were woven into doorways, tied to livestock, scattered across thresholds. May boughs were made and placed around homes and barns. The earth was honored with offerings of milk, honey, bread, and herbs, placed at the roots of trees or along riverbanks, given freely with quiet thanks. The veil between worlds, as in Samhain, was believed to be thin during Beltane, not for the dead, but for the spirits of the land, the fair folk, the guardians of the natural world. It was a time to tread lightly, to respect boundaries seen and unseen. People avoided cutting certain trees, stayed away from known fairy paths, and left gifts where streams met stone, not out of fear, but out of balance. Beltane was a festival of union as well. It was a favored time for hand fasting, an ancient marriage rite where couples pledged themselves to each other, hands tied with ribbon or cord, promises made in the presence of fire and sky. These unions could be lifelong or last only a year and a day, depending on the will of those involved. The ceremony was simple but sacred. No contracts, no fanfare, just 2 souls, the land, the fire, and the stars. Food was shared in abundance: oatcakes, cheese, fresh herbs, roasted meat. Drink flowed, laughter echoed. But there was still gentleness in the air. Joy did not mean chaos. There was room for stillness too. Some sat at the edge of the firelight, watching embers rise into the black sky, listening to stories told in soft tones by elders who remembered other years, other dances, other flames. As night deepened, some climbed the hills to watch the sunrise, to greet it with song or silence. Beltane was a turning point, a doorway. It asked not for permission, but for participation. It reminded the people that they were not separate from nature, but part of it, that their joy, their work, their rest, their love, all echoed the turning of the earth, the growing of grain, the rising of the sun. And so, as dawn broke, and the fires burned low, and the flowers wilted gently against doorposts, the people of the old world carried the spirit of Beltane with them, into the fields, into their homes, into the warm stretch of summer that lay just ahead. As the days reached their fullest light and the fields swayed heavy with ripening grain, the ancient Celts prepared for a different kind of festival. A time not of beginnings, nor of endings, but of harvest. A time of gratitude, of effort rewarded, of quiet acknowledgement that nothing grows without care, and nothing lasts without change. This was Lughnasadh, pronounced Lunasa, the festival of the first fruits, held around the beginning of August, when the sun still warmed the earth, but the edge of autumn could be felt in the breeze that passed through tall grass and golden barley. Named for the god Lugh, a figure of light, skill, and long memory, Lughnasadh was both a celebration and a promise. It was said that Lugh established the festival to honor his foster mother, Tailtiu, who died clearing the land for agriculture. Her sacrifice was remembered in every loaf of bread, in every sheaf gathered by hand. This festival was not only a feast, it was a way of honoring the labor behind the feast, the seasons that had passed, and the sun that had fed the land. In the days leading up to Lughnasadh, the people watched the crops carefully: barley, oats, wheat, fruits in the hedgerows, the first apples, berries just darkening to blue. These were the signs, the early offerings of a year's work. Families rose early to walk the fields, to check the color of the stalks, the weight of grain in the hand. And when the signs were right, when the land gave its soft approval, they began. The harvest was careful, respectful. The first sheaf cut was often kept aside, placed on the hearth or woven into a figure, a spirit of the field, a reminder of what the earth had given. It was not just food. It was the result of months of tending, of weather watched, of animals guarded, of prayers whispered into wind and rain. When the work was done, at least for a moment, there was gathering. Families from surrounding areas came together, meeting in wide clearings, on hilltops, beside lakes. Some walked for hours, carrying baskets, instruments, and bundles of herbs. Others arrived with their livestock, proud of new calves, of full-bodied sheep, of healthy herds. There was trading, but not for profit. More often it was barter, a jug of honey for a bolt of wool, a carved flute for a bag of flour. The exchange was part of the rhythm, a dance of giving and receiving that extended beyond coin. Lughnasadh was also a time of games, contests of skill, strength, and memory, foot races across fields, spear throwing in quiet valleys, wrestling, storytelling, riddle solving. These were not competitions in the modern sense, but expressions of life, of joy, of community. The games were said to be in memory of Tailtiu's endurance, and so even in play there was respect. There were also trial marriages, hand fastings that could last a year and a day, after which the couple might stay together or part as friends. These ceremonies were simple, often just two hands joined in front of witnesses, a promise made with a smile under the open sky. At dusk, fires were lit, not the great sacred fires of Beltane, but smaller hearths, more intimate. Around them, people sat on the grass, eating bread made from the new grain, sharing butter, berries, boiled eggs, and meat slowly roasted over the coals. There were songs, low and lilting, stories told by elders with slow voices and long pauses, and laughter that came not from noise, but from the comfort of togetherness. Offerings were made to the earth, a slice of bread buried beneath a tree, a splash of milk poured into a stream, not out of superstition, but out of memory, to say thank you, to say we know this was not ours alone. And as the fire burned low and the stars appeared above the darkened fields, there was a sense of balance, of cycle, of understanding. Lughnasadh was the pause before the turning, the moment of harvest, before the slow descent into shorter days. It was not about holding on to summer. It was about honoring what summer gave. The people slept beneath that sky with the smell of grain and ash in their hair, with full bellies and quiet hearts, knowing that what had been planted had grown, and what had grown had fed them. And though autumn would come, and with it the fading of green into gold, for now there was enough, more than enough. There was gratitude, and where there is gratitude, there is peace. In the world of the ancient Celts, time was not a line drawn forward, but a circle, always turning, always returning. It was not measured in fixed hours or strict months, but in the rise and fall of light, in the scent of wet earth, in the chill of air brushing skin at dawn. The Celts did not separate themselves from nature. They moved within it as one part of its quiet rhythm. And at the heart of this rhythm were 4 sacred festivals, each a spoke in the wheel of the year, each marking a passage not only through the seasons, but through the soul of the people. From Samhain to Imbolc, from Beltane to Lughnasadh, they lived through the turning of the earth in a way that was neither rushed nor resisted. Samhain began it all, not with celebration, but with stillness. It was the time of letting go, of retreat, of remembering. The old year ended in shadow, the new began in silence. The ancestors were welcomed not with fear, but with quiet respect. The land fell still, fire was extinguished, then relit. And through that flame, the people carried forward their hopes into the darkness. It was a time of reflection, of honoring the unseen. Then, when the cold reached its deepest silence, came Imbolc, the breath of light returning. It was subtle, often invisible at first, but the earth stirred. The sheep carried life in their bellies, the air shifted. Candles were lit not to banish the dark, but to welcome what was coming. Brigid walked through the land, unseen but felt, blessing thresholds and hearths. The people cleaned their homes, wove her crosses, offered milk and song. They prepared, not with urgency, but with reverence. Light was returning, not in full, but enough to trust. When spring ripened into fullness, and the world exhaled in color and warmth, the fires of Beltane rose, life moved outward. The dark half of the year ended, the bright half began. People passed between flames, cattle were blessed, flowers were gathered, songs were sung with open arms and open eyes. Lovers pledged themselves. Spirits of land and tree were honored with ribbons and whispered thanks. Beltane was not loud for the sake of noise. It was celebration rooted in joy, in relief, in the return of abundance. The earth bloomed, and the people danced. And when the sun stood high and the fields were heavy with promise, Lughnasadh arrived. The harvest began, not all at once, but gently, the first fruits, the first sheaf, the first loaf. It was a festival of gratitude, of hard work acknowledged. The people gathered to trade, to tell stories, to remember those who had cleared the land before them. Bread was broken, games were played. Offerings were made to the earth that had fed them. Lughnasadh was a moment of pause before the wheel turned again. Not goodbye to summer, but a quiet nod to its peak. And so the year moved, not with explosions, but with breath. Not with lines drawn sharply, but with circles traced slowly, by weather, fire, and memory. Each festival answered the one before it. Each had its place. Each taught its own kind of wisdom. Samhain reminded the people to listen to what had been lost. Imbolc taught them to prepare for what might come. Beltane showed them how to celebrate what was returning. Lughnasadh asked them to honor what had arrived. There were no fixed scriptures, no cathedrals. The sacred lived in stones warmed by the sun, in fields walked by bare feet, in fires built with care. The people did not ask to control nature. They asked only to move with it, to hear its signals, to honor its pace. In this cycle, there was comfort. A place for sorrow, a place for joy, a place for work, a place for rest. No season lasted forever, and no season arrived without meaning. As the Celts moved through the year, they remembered that they too were seasonal, that they would grow, shine, fade, and return in their own time. In this way, the festivals were not only rituals, they were reflections of life lived close to the earth, of time measured not in hours but in meaning. And though centuries have passed, and the fields once tilled by their hands are now quiet, the wheel still turns. The frost still comes. The light still returns. The fires, even if no longer lit on hilltops, still flicker in stories, in songs, in the memory of seasons passed down. And perhaps tonight, as you listen, as you rest, as your breath settles into the rhythm of night, you can feel it too, that ancient turning, slow and steady, beneath all things. A wheel still moving, a story still told. Beyond the festivals themselves, beyond the fires and flowers and fields, the Celts held a deep relationship with symbols, patterns and shapes woven through their daily lives, their stories, and their sacred spaces. These symbols did not exist as decorations alone. They were guides, maps, quiet mirrors of a world where nature and spirit were never separate. As we drift through the silent hills of memory, we find ourselves surrounded not by noise, but by signs, lines curved like rivers, spirals echoing the journey of the sun, knots without end. Perhaps the most enduring of these symbols is the triskull, a pattern of 3 swirling arms spiraling outward from a center. It appears carved on stones, etched into jewelry, woven into fabric. Its meaning, like many Celtic images, is layered. Some say it represents the 3 realms: land, sea, and sky. Others believe it speaks of time, past, present, and future, or the life cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. The number 3, in Celtic thought, held a sacred quality, a kind of harmony that reflected balance rather than finality. Nothing was seen as fixed. All was in motion. The triskel invites the eye to follow its movement again and again, to find stillness in its turning. Another symbol that whispers through time is the Celtic knot. These intricate weavings, with no clear beginning or end, appear in stone carvings, on cloaks, in manuscripts illuminated with patient care. The knot is not just a design. It is a reflection of eternity, of the unseen connections between all living things. The strands twist and fold, crossing over and under like the breath of the land itself, woven, cyclical, never broken. To look upon a Celtic knot is to remember that life is not linear, that every thread, no matter how tangled, is part of a whole. The spiral, too, finds its way into stone and song. From the great carved stones of Newgrange to the soft whorls drawn in dirt by curious fingers, the spiral speaks of growth, of movement from the inner world to the outer and back again. It reflects the sun's path across the sky, the way ferns unfurl, the journey of soul and season alike. A single spiral may represent personal transformation. A double spiral, the meeting of opposites, light and dark, inward and outward, death and renewal. These were not just ideas to be spoken, they were to be lived, to be sensed with the skin and the breath and the rhythm of days. And then there is the symbol of Bridget's cross, often woven at imbolc from rushes or straw. 4 arms extending from a square center, each pointing toward a cardinal direction, each branch turning slightly like a wind-blown wheel. It is simple yet profound, a mark of blessing, a gesture of peace. Hung above doorways, it was meant to protect and invite, to call in the gentle presence of Bridget and to keep safe the quiet heart of the home. Even animals carried symbols. Markings on livestock were not only for ownership, they were sometimes shaped in sacred ways, circles or crosses drawn with ash or pigment, a kind of whispered prayer that followed the creature through the fields. Tattoos, too, were worn by warriors and druids alike, not for intimidation, but as sacred shields, patterns chosen with care, meaning bound to the skin. Tools bore marks. Stones were set in place with intention. Trees were tied with ribbons, each color meaning something different: health, hope, memory, love. Nothing was random. The world was alive with messages, and the Celts knew how to read them. But perhaps the most subtle symbols of all were not carved or woven or worn. They were lived. The way a person stepped into a sacred grove, the path traced by a hand on a stone, the direction fire smoke moved during a blessing. These too were part of the language, unspoken but understood. The world itself was the book, and life was its reading. Even now, as we lie still and listen to these old memories, we can feel those symbols around us, not just as history, but as presence, in the spiral of your breath as you fall asleep, in the pattern of stars above the roof, in the soft knot of dreams curling behind your closed eyes. The Celts may be gone from the fields and fires, but their symbols remain, not shouting, not demanding, just waiting, waiting to be seen, waiting to remind us that even in stillness, there is movement, that even in darkness, there is pattern, that nothing is ever truly lost, only folded, woven, waiting for the next turn of the wheel. In the old world of the Celts, there were places where the veil between what is seen and what is felt seemed thinner, softer, more open. These were not temples built of marble or towering cathedrals of stone. They were quiet spaces in nature, unmarked by walls, untouched by grandeur, but full of meaning. Sacred sites, woven into the landscape like whispers, where land, water, sky, and spirit came together in stillness. To the Celts, the earth was not a possession, it was a presence, alive, breathing, listening. And so they honored certain places not because they were told to, but because they felt them. They called them nemetons, sacred groves, often of oak, ash, or yew, where light filtered softly through leaves and the air held a different weight. These groves were not chosen at random. They were found, discovered by a feeling, a pull, a hush that settled in the chest. Druids, keepers of lore, law, and sacred ritual, often led ceremonies within these spaces, but the grove belonged to all. Beneath those trees, people gathered in silence. They made offerings, milk, bread, flowers, a strand of hair, nothing extravagant, just enough to say thank you. Sometimes, the trees themselves were adorned with cloth or thread, symbols of wishes made or prayers unspoken. No stone marked the grove, but everyone remembered where it was. And no one walked there with loud feet. The groves were not alone in their sacredness. Water, too, held deep meaning. Springs that bubbled from stone, wells tucked beneath roots, rivers that wound through misty valleys, all were considered portals to something greater. The Celts believed these waters were inhabited by spirits, guardians of balance and healing. Wells were often associated with goddesses, Brigid most of all. At these places, people tied ribbons to nearby branches, left coins or carved trinkets, dipped fingers into the cool water, and touched it to forehead or chest, not as superstition, but as acknowledgement that the earth gave water and water gave life, and life deserved thanks. Pilgrimages were made to these wells, not grand journeys, but slow, steady walks through hills and fields, led by intuition and memory. At night, the wells reflected stars. During day, they reflected clouds, and always they held silence. Hills, too, carried sacred weight. Some were burial sites, others were meeting places. Some simply stood apart, windswept, wild, calling attention not to themselves, but to the sky above and the valleys below. Hilltops were often used for the great fire festivals, especially Beltane and Samhain, where flames could be seen for miles, connecting distant villages in a shared glow. Standing atop such hills, one could feel both small and held, alone and connected. The earth stretched in all directions, and the sky pressed down like a dome. In these moments, the Celts felt the wheel of the world turning beneath their feet. And then there were stones, great stones, placed in circles or alone. Some marked solstices, aligning with the sun on the longest or shortest days. Others stood without clear purpose, their meanings long forgotten but never truly lost. The Celts did not always build these stones, but they honored them, walked among them, sat beside them, placed hands on their rough faces and closed their eyes. The stones did not speak in words, but they remembered. In every sacred site, there was an understanding that the land had its own soul, and that soul did not need to be tamed or explained, only respected, only walked with gently. People came to these places not to ask for miracles, but to be quiet enough to notice what was already there. A change in the wind, a bird call, a sudden warmth in the chest. The Celts knew that sacredness was not something added to a place. It was something revealed, over time, through attention and care. Even now, long after the Druids have fallen silent, long after the groves have thinned and the wells are hidden by moss, something remains. A feeling in the earth, a hush in the trees, a breath that does not belong to you but carries through you. And if you were to stand at one of these places, just before dawn or just after dusk, and close your eyes, you might feel it too, that gentle pulse, that ancient hush, that sacred rhythm still flowing just beneath the soil, waiting, listening, turning with the world. In the hush of Celtic nights, when the hearth fire had burned down to embers and the fields outside lay cloaked in mist, stories would begin. Not hurried, not loud, but slowly like a tide coming in. These were not tales meant to startle or impress. They were meant to be remembered, to be passed from voice to ear, from elder to child, across generations like quiet spells cast in the dark. The myths of the Celts were not merely entertainments. They were mirrors, reflections of the seasons, the land, and the unspoken truths about what it means to live close to change, to sorrow, to joy, and to mystery. Among these stories, certain figures returned again and again, like constellations in a turning sky. One of the most beloved was Brigid, not just a goddess of spring and fertility, but of healing, poetry, and fire. It was said that her voice could soothe fevers, her hands could bless both mothers and smiths, and her flame never went out. Brigid was not distant. She walked the fields, she sat beside wells, she listened. When people wove her crosses or lit her candles at Imbolc, they were not simply performing ritual. They were calling back the warmth of her presence, asking not for wealth, but for light. And then there was Lug, the shining one, the warrior of many skills. He was not just strong but clever, not just clever but graceful. In stories, he often arrived when hope was dimming, bringing solutions that no one else had thought of. He represented mastery, not of war alone, but of art, craftsmanship, and wisdom. The festival of Lughnasadh bore his name, not because he demanded worship, but because he honored those who came before. His foster mother, Tailtiu, had given her life to prepare the land for farming, and Lug remembered. Through games and gatherings, her name was kept alive, whispered into the wind across fields of ripening grain. Other stories told of the Morrigan, the shapeshifter, the one who walked between battle and prophecy. She was not to be feared, though many feared her. She spoke of endings, but endings were part of the cycle. She came as a crow, as mist, as a woman by the river. She reminded warriors of their fate, not to bring dread, but to bring clarity. In her presence, choices became sharp, and the veil between life and death grew thin. To the Celts, these goddesses and gods were not unreachable forces in distant heavens. They were near, in the weather, in the animals, in the stories told around the fire. There were tales of Cernunnos, the horned one, guardian of forests and beasts. He sat cross-legged in the stillness of green places, antlers rising from his brow, eyes calm. He was not hunter nor prey, but balance. When people walked through woods and felt watched, not in fear, but in quiet recognition, it was said that Cernunnos was near. There were stories of the Tuatha De Danann, the shining folk, who came from the mists before time, and ruled Ireland before fading into the hills. Some said they became the She, the fair folk, living just beneath the land, in hollow hills and shimmering lakes. They were not tiny, fluttering things of modern fantasy, but proud, powerful, and strange. Time moved differently where they dwelled. A night with them could mean years in the human world. Yet despite their mystery, they were part of the land's heartbeat. To offend them was to disturb the balance. To respect them was to live in harmony. Even the rivers had stories. The River Boyne, it was said, sprang from a well of wisdom. A woman named Boann defied its sacred rules, and in doing so, the waters rose and rushed to the sea, forming the river. She was not punished in cruelty, but transformed, becoming part of the very story she stirred. And so the river bore her name, winding through hills and fields, carrying her memory. Each tale held many layers. No moral was fixed, no hero flawless, no ending final. The stories flowed like seasons, circling, changing, returning. Some were told in winter, when the nights were long and listeners leaned in close. Others were saved for summer, when stories could be sung outside, beneath stars, with laughter in the air, but always they were shared. The Celts knew that to keep a story was not just to remember it, but to live it, to see its lessons in the frost on the grass, in the hawk overhead, in the choices made quietly each day. And now, as you lie still, listening to the echo of these ancient voices, you are part of that chain, a thread in the long weaving of memory. The stories are still here, not locked in books, but drifting in mist, humming in stone, carried in the hush between heartbeats. They wait for ears that are willing to hear slowly. They wait for nights like this one, when all is quiet, when all is still. To the Celts, death was not an end, it was a passage, a quiet turning in the wheel of life, as natural and certain as dusk following day. They did not fear it in the way modern minds often do. They did not rush toward it, but neither did they run from it. They watched the seasons change, the leaves fall, the sun dip low in winter, and they understood. All things fade, only to return. And so they imagined the afterlife not as punishment or reward, but as continuation. Another shore, another field, another fire to sit beside. The other world, as they called it, was not hidden in the sky or buried beneath the ground. It was right alongside our own, separated only by a thin veil, a gentle mist, a breath. It could be glimpsed in the glow of twilight or felt in a hush before storm. It was not a place of torment. It was a place of peace. Green hills that never browned, feasts that never spoiled, music that drifted softly through the air. It was a place where time slowed, where pain ceased, where souls wandered not in exile but in rest. Some called it Tir Nanog, the land of youth, where aging had no grip and sorrow no root. It lay across the western sea, and those who reached it did so not through maps, but through mystery, through mists on the water, through caves with no bottom, through sleep, through vision, through death. The path was never forced. It was waited for, welcomed when it came. Burial customs reflected this softness. The dead were often laid to rest with items from life, a cup, a tool, a token of love, not as offerings to gods, but as comforts for the journey. Graves were marked not with sorrow but with memory, stones placed not to mourn but to remind. In some regions, bodies were placed in crouched positions, curled like infants, as if to say, this is not the end. It is the beginning of something we cannot see. Samhain, the dark festival that marked the Celtic New Year, was deeply connected to this view. It was a time when the veil thinned, when the worlds of the living and the dead touched edges. But it was not frightening, it was gentle, a time for remembering, for speaking names aloud, for placing a candle in the window to guide ancestors home. Meals were sometimes left uneaten, seats left empty at the table, not in grief, but in welcome, in recognition that love does not vanish with breath, that bond stretched beyond the body. The Celts believed that the spirit remained near, not forever, but for long enough to watch, to bless, to linger in dreams and wind and song. And so death did not break the heart, it opened it, made it wider, softer, more attuned to the invisible. There were also stories of rebirth, that souls returned, not by force but by choice. That a child might carry the laughter of a grandparent, or a traveler might recognize a place they had never been. These were not conclusions, just gentle hints, possibilities whispered through time. The Druids, keepers of knowledge and mystery, taught that the soul was like a flame, never destroyed, only passed. They saw death as a transition to another chapter, not an erasure, just a change in rhythm. They spoke of cycles, not walls, circles, not ends. Even the natural world echoed this truth. Winter came, bare and still, but spring followed. The tree seemed dead, but life stirred beneath bark. The seed lay buried, but became the flower. And so the people watched the land and saw their own fate within it. Not tragic, not terrifying, just turning like the stars, like the moon, like the festivals that came and went with each year. Even today, long after their voices have faded into the soil, we can learn from this softness, this calm embrace of what cannot be held. In a world that moves too fast, where grief is hidden and silence feared, the Celts remind us, death is not to be silenced. It is to be honored, spoken of, sat with, not as an end, but as a friend waiting on the path ahead. So tonight, as you rest, perhaps you can feel that gentle presence, not of fear, but of acceptance, of peace. A soft step beyond the known, into a quiet beyond words, a place where the fire never fades, where the stories continue, where love does not forget. As the final embers of this quiet journey flicker low, we pause and look back, not in haste, but with gentle reflection. The Celts, whose voices have long been silenced by time, still linger in the folds of landscape and memory. Their world was never about monuments of stone or the loud pages of history books. It was a world written in breath, in rhythm, in the hush of fog-covered fields and the soft light of dawn. Though they left few written words, they carved something far deeper into the world. A way of seeing, of feeling, of being that endures quietly beneath the surface of modern life. You may not find their names in crowded museums, but you'll find their spirit in small places. In the way a tree leans over a path, in the way rain slides down a window, in the way silence speaks when words cannot. Their festivals, once marked by fire and feast, were not about grand display, but about connection, between land and sky, between neighbor and stranger, between what is seen and what is always just out of sight. To them, time was not a straight line. It turned like a wheel, spun like a thread, folded like a knot. Their days were not separate from their beliefs. Every act, planting, weaving, storytelling, was sacred. The seasons were not background, but companions. They watched the first bud of spring not just with hope, but with reverence. They listened to the long stillness of winter, not just with patience, but with understanding. Every change was a lesson. Every shift in the sky held meaning. The Celts understood something we often forget, that the world speaks softly, and to hear it, we must first be still. Their legacy is not loud, it is not grand. It lives in quiet choices, in the act of lighting a candle without speaking, in leaving food for birds in winter, in pausing before cutting a branch. It lives in stories that ask more than they answer, in songs that drift across valleys without lyrics, in dreams where mist curls around old stones. The modern world, with all its noise and brightness, often rushes past the sacred. But if you walk slowly enough, you might feel what they felt. The pull of something older, a calm beneath the chaos, a memory not of events, but of belonging. Even now, there are those who still celebrate the Celtic festivals, not out of nostalgia, but because the wheel still turns. Imbolc still whispers of beginnings. Beltane still hums with warmth. Lugnasad still carries the scent of harvest. Samhain still opens the door between the worlds. These are not reenactments, they are reminders that the sacred does not vanish, it waits, that the stories never die, they sleep, and that heritage is not in blood, but in breath. Perhaps that is the true gift of the Celts, not just the symbols and names and myths, but the permission to slow down, to honor change, to stand beneath a tree and say nothing, to let silence be enough. They remind us that mystery is not meant to be solved, but lived, that the world is not broken, it is breathing, waiting to be noticed. So as this final story draws to a close, let us not mourn the fading echoes of the past. Let us carry them gently, like lanterns in the dusk. Let us light small fires, not to be seen, but to remember. Let us walk softly, speak kindly, and trust that even the quietest traditions can still bloom in modern soil. Somewhere, deep in a fold of the land, a wind still stirs the grass. Somewhere, in a grove no map remembers, the earth still listens. And somewhere inside you, the old rhythms still hum. The ones that remind you, you are part of this turning world. Not separate from it. Never separate. Just one more voice in a long, soft song. A song that began before words. A song that will continue, long after the final flame goes out. Sleep now, dear listener. The stories will keep. That brings our story to a gentle close. Now, let us quietly drift onward to the next chapter in our Sleepy History series. Tonight, we travel far east, to a world of rice fields, rivers, and slow seasons. This is life in the Han Dynasty countryside. Close your eyes, and let the winds of ancient China guide you into rest. Morning in the Han Dynasty countryside began not with clocks or alarms, but with the soft crow of a rooster and the pale light brushing across the tiled rooftops of earthen homes. The air, still cool from the night, carried the gentle scent of damp soil, charcoal smoke, and wild grasses swaying beyond the narrow paths. A light mist sometimes clung to the hills, hiding the distant trees in silver veils, and for a brief moment, the world moved slowly, without urgency. Inside the small homes, built of packed earth and wooden beams, families stirred in silence. These homes, often arranged around a central courtyard, were modest but filled with quiet order. A mother might rise first, her movements practiced and soundless, stoking the fire in a clay stove with pieces of kindling gathered the day before. A small pot of millet porridge would simmer slowly, its steam curling upward like a morning offering to the sky. Children would wake gradually, not to voices, but to the warmth of light slipping through cracks in the wall. They would sit cross-legged, rubbing sleep from their eyes, and wait patiently while their mother ladled breakfast into rough ceramic bowls. Outside, the father would already be at work. If the family owned land, and not all did, he would begin by checking the irrigation ditches, running low along the rice paddies. The Han countryside depended on water, and every drop mattered. He would carry a long wooden hoe across his shoulders, not as a burden, but as an extension of himself, worn smooth from years of work. The fields stretched in gentle patterns, neat rows of millet, rice, soybeans, or hemp. The colors changed with the seasons, but always there was rhythm. Plowing, planting, weeding, harvesting. The same motions repeated, generation after generation. Sometimes the family rented land from wealthier landowners, paying in crops rather than coin. Others belonged to collectives, where families worked together and shared the yield. The system was not perfect, but it was ancient and deeply tied to the land. Along narrow paths between fields, oxen trudged slowly, pulling wooden carts or plows. These animals were more than labor. They were companions in toil, cared for and spoken to with familiarity. Their breath steamed in the morning chill, their ears twitching gently at the sound of birds overhead. The village itself was simple, yet full of life. A cluster of homes and storage buildings, surrounded by hedges or low walls, with a communal well at its heart. Women gathered there to wash vegetables or draw water in large ceramic jars. They spoke in soft tones, exchanging news of harvests, illnesses, or children's mischiefs. Children played nearby, their laughter light and fleeting, chasing each other between bundles of straw or along the edge of the stream. Elders sat beneath a tree, whittling, mending, or simply watching, their eyes reflecting years of quiet observation. Life moved slowly, but it was never still. Throughout the day, the sun would rise higher, warming the roofs and softening the soil. Men would work the fields until midday, when they returned home for a meal, usually simple rice or millet, perhaps salted vegetables, a bit of dried fish if they were lucky. In wealthier homes, a clay jar of fermented wine might be shared among adults, just a sip to mark the turning of the day. Afternoons were quieter. Some might work in small side occupations, spinning hemp into cloth, repairing tools, carving wood. Others tended to animals, collecting eggs or brushing a tired mule. The village was not rich in money, but rich in tasks. Every hand had a purpose. Evenings came with a soft dimming of light and the return of smoke curling from the chimneys. Families gathered once more in their courtyards. Lanterns made of paper and oil flickered to life, casting gentle shadows on the walls. Meals were eaten slowly, often in silence, as the sky turned from pale blue to a deep, soft indigo. Stars blinked into being, unbothered by city light, clear and steady in the open air. Children listened to stories, folk tales of dragons, clever rabbits, or wandering sages. These stories weren't written, but remembered, passed from voice to ear, like gentle lullabies. And when the night grew thick and the crickets sang louder than the voices, the household would retreat into rest. Wooden doors closed softly, straw mats were unrolled. The world grew still again, and so the day passed, not marked by timepieces, but by the movement of light. The scent of earth and the softness of human routine. The Han Dynasty countryside did not chase time. It walked beside it. And in that slow walking, in that quiet living, something enduring was formed. Not wealth, not power, but rhythm. A life folded gently into the seasons, carried not in history books, but in the silent memory of land, hands, and sky. Beyond the endless rhythm of planting and harvest, the countryside of the Han Dynasty was alive with the quiet hum of skilled hands. Agriculture may have formed the backbone of rural life, but it was the craft work, the spinning of thread, the shaping of clay, the dyeing of cloth, that brought color and texture to otherwise simple days. These crafts were not seen as separate from survival. They were woven into daily life, part of the same slow breath as the earth itself. In small homes, after the morning's fieldwork was done, the women of the household turned to the spinning wheel. Made of smooth wood, turned by hand, it produced long strands of thread from hemp, ramie, or silk, depending on what was available. The motion was gentle, hypnotic, one hand feeding, the other twisting, as the wheel sang softly with each turn. Young girls learned to spin by watching their mothers, mimicking the steady rhythm, their fingers nimble and patient. Once spun, the thread was dyed using pigments drawn from the natural world. Deep greens from leaves, blues from indigo plants, reds from roots or crushed insects. The dye vats sat near the back of homes, where the scent of earth and fire mixed with the smell of minerals and herbs. The dyed thread was then woven into cloth, using wooden looms, large and sturdy, taking up space in the corner of the main room. The weaver sat cross-legged before it, passing the shuttle back and forth with the grace of someone who had done it thousands of times. The cloth produced was often coarse but strong, used for tunics, wraps, bedding, sacks. In wealthier or more skilled households, finer weaves might be made, reserved for trade or festival dress. Men, too, engaged in craft. Pottery was a vital skill, and many families had a small kiln behind the house, built from stone and clay. Clay was dug from nearby riverbanks, thick and damp, shaped by hand or on slow-turning wheels. Simple bowls, cups, jars, and cooking pots were made daily, their surfaces smoothed with pebbles or polished wood. Some were adorned with faint lines or pressed patterns, nothing grand, but full of quiet beauty. Once dried, these items were fired in the kiln, the flames licking at their sides, hardening them for use. Black pottery was especially prized for its durability and clean finish. The kiln fire burned hot for hours, sometimes overnight, and required careful watching to ensure the temperature remained steady. The glow of the kiln could be seen in the distance after dark, like a silent beacon of patience and effort. In villages closer to forests or hills, wood carving was common. Men would sit in the shade, knife in hand, shaping tools, handles, toys, or simple decorations. Their hands were calloused, their eyes focused. A boy might watch his grandfather carve a flute from bamboo, learning not just the skill, but the feel of the material, the scent of fresh-cut wood, the way the blade must move with the grain. Some homes made sandals from straw or bark, weaving them with care so they would hold through seasons of use. Others specialized in baskets, tight, neat coils of reeds or split bamboo, used for everything from storage to gathering herbs. These skills were not taught in schools, but absorbed slowly, like language, by watching, by doing. In river villages, fishing was a way of life. Bamboo poles or weighted nets were used, often cast from small wooden rafts or shallow banks. The catch was simple: carp, eels, small river fish, but it fed many. Fish were salted or dried in the sun, strung on cords that hung from doorways or rafters. In some regions, frogs and snails were gathered too, especially by children, who knew where to find them after rains. Salt, though precious, was sometimes gathered from small salt wells or ponds, collected in clay basins and left to evaporate in the sun. This salt was not only for food, but also for preserving, essential in times when fresh produce could not last. These crafts and tasks were not done in isolation. They were part of a community rhythm. A neighbor might stop by to borrow a die, to ask advice on a broken loom, or to trade eggs for a new clay jar. The economy was not based on currency alone, but on trust, reputation, and fairness. Everyone knew who made the best sandals, who cured the sturdiest rope, who carved the straightest handles. Festivals and markets were moments of pride, when families brought their best wares to trade: bright cloth, polished pots, carefully spun thread. It was not about profit, but about presence. A recognition of effort, a celebration of quiet mastery. And so, beneath the humble routines of Han Dynasty village life, there existed a deep well of knowledge. Not the kind written in books, but the kind carried in muscle memory, in the grain of wood, in the curve of a pot, in the perfect tension of a thread pulled tight. These were not forgotten lives. They were lives lived with care, slowly, purposefully, day after day, in the soft cadence of work done not for glory, but for need, for beauty, for family. And as night fell again, smoke rising gently into the twilight, these crafts would be folded away for the day, stored beside the hearth or hung from beams. The wheel would rest, the kiln would cool, and the village would settle into sleep, knowing that tomorrow, once again, hands would rise and shape the world. In the quiet rhythm of rural Han Dynasty life, there came moments when the stillness gave way to soft celebration. These were not extravagant feasts of imperial courts or grand spectacles seen in capital cities. No, in the countryside, festivals were intimate, woven from earth and sky, deeply rooted in the changing seasons and the gentle turning of the agricultural wheel. One such festival, held during the spring or autumn depending on the region, was the She Festival, a time of gratitude, offerings, and gathering. It was linked not to a specific deity in the way modern religions might imagine, but to the spirit of the land itself. The she, or soil god, was honored by farmers with quiet respect, for it was the land that gave them food, that held their ancestors, and that whispered the pace of life. Preparations began days in advance. Homes were swept clean, tools repaired and arranged neatly, and children reminded to behave. Women wove fresh ribbons or embroidered their family's best tunic with careful hands, not for show, but out of tradition, out of memory. The men prepared the altar near the fields, a raised stone or a packed earth mound beneath a tall tree or open sky. It was decorated with simple grace: bundles of grain tied with string, small cups of rice wine, fresh fruits, and sometimes incense if the village could afford it. There was no priest, no kerman. The eldest of the village, or one chosen for his fairness and calm, would speak a few words, pouring wine onto the soil as an offering. Not loudly, not dramatically, just a murmured thank you, a hope for rain, a wish for peace. Children watched with wide eyes, half understanding, but feeling the solemnity in the silence. After the offerings, the tone would shift, not into wild revelry, but into soft joy. Drums, worn from use, would be brought out and struck in a slow rhythm. Flutes carved from bamboo played tunes older than memory. Dancers, young men and women, moved in a circle, their steps mimicking the planting of seeds or the flow of water. There was laughter, quiet clapping, the warmth of shared air. Food was brought out not in excess, but enough. Rice cakes, pickled vegetables, and flatbreads baked over open flames. Occasionally, a family would present a roasted bird or dried fish, and it would be shared among many. Tea brewed in clay pots passed from hand to hand, steaming gently in the morning chill. These festivals were not about forgetting hardship. They were about recognizing it together. They were pauses in the long breath of village life, a reminder that while the work never ceased, neither did the bonds that held the people close. Games were played, some with sticks and stones, others with simple riddles or chanted rhymes. Children ran barefoot, their laughter skipping through the trees like the wind. Elders sat and watched, some smiling, others silent, their minds perhaps wandering through memories of past festivals, when they too had danced or poured wine into the soil. Storytelling often followed in the late afternoon. Villagers gathered around a fire or beneath a canopy of branches, listening as the oldest voices shared tales of clever fox spirits, of dragons sleeping in mountain caves, of heroes with humble beginnings. These stories were told not to teach, but to bind, to remind the listeners that life was not just toil, but myth, memory, and meaning. As the sun dipped lower, the sky turning to a soft gold, paper lanterns were lit, simple, square, and glowing with the smallest flame. Some were carried to the well, others placed along the edge of the fields. Their light was not for visibility, but for presence, for continuity, a symbol that even as darkness came, there would always be a light, always a way home. Some villages had their own variations. In the south, where rivers curved through thick green valleys, boat races might be held, the villagers cheering softly as oars cut through still water. In the north, where winds carried dust and songs of the plains, families might gather beneath the stars, watching the heavens for signs and stories. No two celebrations were exactly the same, but the heart of them was shared. Gratitude, community, the quiet understanding that nothing in life was owed, and everything was to be tended, with hands, with hope, with ceremony. When the festival drew to a close, there were no fireworks, no grand finale, just the soft extinguishing of lanterns, the quiet shuffle of feet returning home, the distant sound of a flute, trailing off like a dream, and sleep, deeper than usual, as if the earth itself had accepted the offerings and smiled. The next morning would be like any other, chickens clucking, smoke rising, fields waiting, but something would linger in the air, a sweetness, a silence. The kind that only comes after people have gathered not out of necessity, but out of choice, out of reverence. And so, the festival would become part of the land again, folded back into the soil, remembered in footprints and stories until the season came round once more. In the quiet corners of Han Dynasty villages, where no paved roads stretched, and the whispers of the forest edged close to fields, The art of healing was a tender blend of observation, instinct, and tradition. There were no hospitals, no white-robed doctors as we know them today. Instead, healing came in the form of a single figure, respected, quiet, and always listening. He, or sometimes she, was the village healer, known not by title, but by reputation. People called them simply the medicine person. Often older, with weathered hands and sharp eyes, they did not speak loudly, and they never hurried. They had learned their craft not in universities, but under the stars, beside fires, in groves of herbs, and through years of walking from one home to the next. The healer's hut was often modest, but unmistakable. Bundles of dried plants hung from the ceiling. Twisted roots, flowering stalks, thin bark, or pale mushrooms gathered from shady hillsides. Jars filled with powders or preserved mixtures lined rough wooden shelves, each labeled in a hand known only to the healer. There were mortars for grinding, strainers for tea, bamboo tubes for holding oils or ointments. The smell of the place was always the same, earthy, warm, slightly bitter, and strangely comforting. Villagers came not just when illness struck, but when balance felt off. The people of the Han countryside believed that sickness was not a single cause, but a sign that something, within or without, was out of harmony. The healer would not just ask what hurt, but when it began, what the dreams had been like, how the seasons had changed, whether there had been grief, worry, or exhaustion. Diagnosis was a careful art. The healer would feel the wrist, not to count the pulse and beats, but to listen for its rhythm, its strength, its depth. They would observe the face, the color of the tongue, the clarity of the eyes. Even the voice mattered. Was it sharp, hollow, restless? And based on what they found, they would choose a treatment, not just for the symptoms, but for the root. A child with fever might be given cooled chrysanthemum tea and told to rest beneath a willow. A farmer with aching joints might be rubbed with oil made from ginger and cinnamon bark, warmed near the fire and massaged in slow circular strokes. Coughs were treated with loquat syrup or dried tangerine peel steeped in honey. Digestive troubles found relief in a bitter brew of dried hawthorn fruit and fennel seeds. But medicine was not only taken by mouth. Moxibustion, the burning of dried mugwort near specific points of the body, was used to stimulate warmth and healing. Acupuncture, though not always practiced in the countryside, was known by some healers, using slender needles placed with quiet precision. There were also charms, tied with red string, hung above beds or doors, infused with the belief that health was not just of the body, but of the spirit. Illness of the heart, of sadness or worry, was treated not with herbs, but with company, song, a walk by the river, or simply sitting in silence beneath a pine. The healer understood that sometimes what was needed most was not cure, but comfort. Birth and death, the two ends of life's thread, were moments when the healer's presence was most felt. When a woman went into labor, midwives and elder women gathered, but the healer watched over, offering teas to strengthen the womb, oils to ease the pain, and calm words for the anxious. And when the last breath of a loved one had passed, it was the healer who washed the body, who wrapped it with herbs to ease its return to the earth, and who lit the incense that burned all night long. Knowledge was passed on slowly, often from healer to apprentice, not through books, but through seasons. An apprentice might spend months learning just one plant, where it grew, when to harvest, how to dry, how to brew, and what it meant beyond its name. Healing was not seen as an exact science, but a flowing art, one that lived in the land itself. Every hill held secrets, every breeze told a story, and so even the children of the village learned some things. They knew which leaves to chew when a tooth ached. They knew the smell of camphor, the bitter taste of licorice root, the sting of fresh garlic pressed into wounds. Illness was feared, but not shamed. It was met with care, slowness, and quiet hope. Of course, not every ailment could be healed. Not every child survived. Not every fever broke. But the healer's hands never turned away. They carried not just skill, but dignity. And that, in itself, was a kind of medicine. As the sun set, casting long golden shadows across the fields, the healer would often walk the village paths, checking on the weak, smiling at the strong, leaving a pouch of dried leaves on the one doorstep, or a whispered reminder on another. No thanks was expected, no coin was required. Healing, like rain or light, was a gift, a presence. And when night came, the village would sleep not in certainty, but in trust. That whatever the body faced, the land had seen it before, and that in the morning, someone would know what to do. In the gentle expanse of the Han countryside, belief was not a single structure, not a towering temple, nor a rigid doctrine. Instead, it was like mist in the morning, soft, present, touching everything, yet never clutched tightly. The people believed not only in what could be touched, but in what could be felt, in whispers through trees, in the sigh of wind over the fields, in dreams that lingered long after waking. Their world was not divided between the sacred and the mundane. Everything had meaning if one paid attention. Beneath the great trees at the edge of the village, ribbons hung from branches, faded by sun and rain. These were offerings to tree spirits, old ones, never named aloud, but honored in silence. Villagers would tie red strings or small strips of cloth to branches, sometimes with a whispered wish, sometimes with nothing at all. No one cut wood from these trees, not even in times of need. To do so was to risk imbalance, a shift in the unseen harmony between the land and those who lived on it. Ancestor tablets sat in simple wooden altars within the home, not grand, but deeply respected. A name written in careful brushstrokes, a candle lit in the evening, a bowl of rice placed before it, even when rice was scarce. The ancestors were not gone. They walked alongside the living, unseen, but never absent. During festivals, their presence was most deeply felt. When incense smoke curled upwards in thin ribbons, when families bowed 3 times with slow precision, when a single cup of wine was poured onto the ground with quiet reverence. Dreams were not dismissed as random. If a grandmother appeared in a dream, it was not ignored. It was discussed softly over morning tea, considered carefully. Was she warning? Was she blessing? Did she speak or simply stand and look? These questions were not answered with certainty, but with feeling. The village elder, or sometimes the healer, might offer an interpretation, not a command, but a reflection. There were wandering monks and fortune-tellers too, who passed through the villages on occasion. With long sleeves, soft voices, and eyes that seemed to see farther than the horizon, they carried scrolls, bones, sticks, or coins. They offered divination, methods passed down from before memory began. A farmer whose crops failed might ask what spirit had been disturbed. A mother whose child often fell ill might seek to know whether the home stood on restless ground. The answers were rarely simple, but they offered peace, not because they solved problems, but because they gave shape to the unknown. The I Ching, the Book of Changes, was sometimes consulted by those who had learned its patterns. A hexagram cast from yarrow stalks or coins would be read not for direct answers, but for guidance. Should a field be cleared? Should a marriage be approved? The words were poetic, open, deep, meant to stir thought, not dictate action. Every season carried its own omens: the call of a bird at dusk, the sudden flowering of a tree out of time, the cracking of earth when no footsteps fell. These were not superstitions in the way modern minds might label them. They were part of a long conversation between the people and their world. A language of signs and symbols, understood not through logic but through presence. Fire was sacred in its own quiet way, not just for cooking, but for purification. Before major events, marriage, birth, departure, items might be passed over flame, smoke allowed to drift across faces or objects to carry away impurity. River crossings too were moments of significance. Water was not just physical, it held memory. Children were told to bow before crossing large rivers, to avoid angering the spirits that dwelled beneath the surface. Bridges were more than wood. They were transitions, thresholds, places of change. When illness persisted, or strange misfortune visited a household, the village might perform a small ritual. Paper charms, brushed with ink in curling symbols, would be burned. A rooster might be walked around the home, or a thread tied from one tree to another, as if to weave a new boundary between chaos and calm. These actions were never loud. No one shouted, no one demanded. Everything was done with care, with timing, with rhythm. The people did not fear the unseen, they respected it. Just as they respected the mountain that rose beyond the far field, whose top they never climbed. Just as they respected the old well that no longer drew water, but was never filled in. There was always something more, something deep, something ancient. Children learned by watching. They asked questions not with their mouths, but with their eyes, and over time, they too learned when to bow, when to stay silent, when to light a candle. Belief in the Han countryside was not organized by temples. It lived in the folds of daily life, in the planting of seeds beneath the right moon, in the wrapping of the dead with cloth and pine, in the naming of a child based on a dream. And when the stars appeared in the ink-blue sky, they were not random points of light. They were ancestors, animals, spirits, gods, all looking down, all holding stories. The people did not seek to master the world. They sought to live in rhythm with it. And in that rhythm, quiet as it was, they found something lasting, something sacred, not written in stone, not carved in metal, but held in the breath of a prayer whispered into the wind. The journey of a child in the Han Dynasty countryside began not with ceremony, but with a cry, a sound that echoed gently through the quiet village, carrying both worry and wonder. Birth was not a clinical moment, but a sacred unfolding, attended by elder women, watched over by ancestors, and embraced by the rhythms of earth and breath. Newborns were swaddled in soft cloth made from hemp or cotton, tucked into cradles woven of bamboo. These cradles rocked with the motion of a mother's hand or the push of a sibling's foot, steady and slow, as if mimicking the pace of life itself. Names were chosen with care, sometimes based on the time of birth, sometimes on omens, and sometimes to ward off misfortune. A child might be named after a flower, a season, or a hope, always with the belief that the name carried weight beyond sound. The first few months were watched closely. Illness could come swiftly, and so charms were hung by the sleeping place. Small pouches filled with fragrant herbs, mugwort, cinnamon, or angelica, were tied near the infant's head, not for beauty, but for protection. Mothers nursed in silence, surrounded by other women, their wisdom passed not in books, but in the movement of hands, in the quiet reassurances spoken under breath. As the child grew, the boundaries of their world expanded, from cradle to courtyard, from courtyard to field, always under watchful eyes. Toddlers learn not by instruction, but by imitation. They watch their fathers sharpen tools, their mothers wash rice, their siblings tie bundles of straw. Everything was learning, every movement held meaning. When they stumbled, no one rushed with panic. Scraped knees were part of knowing the earth. Bitten fingers taught respect for chickens or dogs. Rain, cold, heat, they were all lessons. The seasons became a teacher. Spring meant soft grass and muddy feet. Summer brought buzzing insects and the scent of ripening fruit. Autumn offered falling leaves and the rustle of harvest. Winter meant huddling close, learning patience, and listening to stories by firelight. There was no age when learning began. It began with birth. By the time a child reached 5 or 6, they were given small tasks: fetching water, feeding ducks, carrying bundles of kindling. Work was not punishment, it was belonging. It was the slow invitation into the rhythm of life. Laughter still danced through the air. Children played with stones, with carved sticks, with fabric dolls sewn by grandmothers. They chased each other through the village, barefoot and fast, voices echoing against earthen walls. They told each other tales of spirits in the forest and dared each other to go to the edge of the rice field at dusk. But they also watched, and they listened. Boys and girls alike were expected to learn the family's way, whether in farming, spinning, weaving, or cooking. Some children, especially boys from wealthier households, were sent to study under private tutors or small village schools where bamboo slips and inkstones waited. They would sit cross-legged, listening to passages from the Analects, memorizing slowly, carefully, not for exams, but for the shaping of thought. The lessons were not rushed. Every phrase was repeated until it was not only remembered, but absorbed. Respect for elders, for nature, for order, these were not abstract ideals, but living values. A boy might be told that his future depended not on strength, but on virtue. A girl might be praised not just for her weaving, but for her silence, her kindness, her steadiness. At the age of 15 or 16, some families held a quiet ceremony marking adulthood. A boy might receive his first adult robe, tied not like a child's, but wrapped in the style of a man. A girl might begin binding her hair in a new fashion, no longer in braids but in a coiled bun. No words were spoken of these things. They were simply done, and the meaning lived in the doing. After that, the days took on new weight. Older boys joined their fathers in the fields full-time, their hands growing calloused, their backs learning the ache of real work. Some were conscripted for military service or sent to build roads and canals, depending on the needs of the empire. Others stayed and learned to mend tools, train animals, carve wood, or trade goods in nearby markets. Girls assumed greater roles in the home. They helped raise younger siblings, prepared food, spun thread, or carried water long distances. Some were promised in marriage by their families, arrangements made with calm voices and careful timing. The young rarely spoke of their futures. They lived in the present, in the tasks that filled each day. And yet there were always moments of stillness, on a walk to the stream, under the moon, beside the well, when a young person might pause, breathe deeply, and wonder not about cities they had never seen or palaces they would never enter, but about life itself. Was this how their grandparents lived? Would their children walk the same paths? Would the wind sound different in years to come? They did not have answers, but they had time. And in the countryside, time was not chased. It was carried, folded gently into the backs of hands, into the hush of dawn, into the slow, unfolding story of becoming. In the Han Dynasty countryside, love was not the bright fire sung of in songs or carved into stone. It was quieter than that, slower, subtler, like the way water shapes stone over time. Marriage was not the end of a grand romance. It was the beginning of a shared duty. For most villagers, marriage was arranged, not chosen. A young man did not walk through the fields and fall in love with a stranger beneath the trees. A young woman did not dream of distant lovers. Instead, their futures were shaped by the hands of elders, carefully, cautiously. When a boy neared the age of marriage, his parents would begin to speak in soft tones about daughters of nearby families. They looked not only at beauty or youth, but at reputation, temperament, and the alignment of birth dates. The lunar calendar was consulted. Names were exchanged through go-betweens. Older women who knew how to speak well, who understood the delicate dance of arranging a future. If a match seemed promising, the families would exchange small gifts, dried fruits, folded cloth, or a bundle of herbs. These were not offerings of wealth, but of goodwill. If both families agreed, a wedding date would be chosen. It might be months away, aligned with the right season or phase of the moon. During that time, the girl prepared. She learned from her mother how to fold robes, how to cook with quiet precision, how to speak with restraint. Her younger siblings watched her carefully, sensing the shift. She was no longer just a daughter. Soon she would be a wife. On the wedding day, there was ceremony, but not extravagance. In the countryside, resources were limited, so celebration took a modest form. The bride wore red, not for fashion, but for fortune. Her face might be partially veiled, not to hide, but to mark the threshold between one life and the next. She was led to the groom's home, accompanied by family, sometimes crying softly, not out of fear, but from the weight of change. The groom stood waiting, often stiff, uncertain. He may have only spoken to her once or twice before this moment. There was no kiss, no dance, no grand feast. Just rituals, bowing to heaven, to earth, to ancestors, and finally, to each other. In doing so, they stepped into a bond shaped less by passion than by responsibility. That night, in a room softly lit by oil lamp, the couple sat together, alone. There was shyness, perhaps silence, perhaps a quiet word, or a shared bowl of warm soup. Love did not bloom like spring flowers. It grew like rice, patiently, through tending, through weather, through work. A wife rose early before the roosters. She prepared meals, mended clothes, cared for elders, and watched over the courtyard. A husband worked the fields, traded goods, repaired fences, and hunted when needed. They were rarely apart, but also rarely alone together. Their lives unfolded in parallel, not in poetry, but in rhythm. And yet, in that rhythm, affection grew, not always spoken, not always seen, but felt in the way she set aside the crispiest rice crust for him, in the way he wrapped her hands in his sleeves on cold days, in the quiet moments after a long day, when they sat in the doorway and watched the sky turn from gold to ash. Children often came quickly, sons were hoped for, daughters welcomed with softer joy. Each birth brought both pride and fear, for every child was a gift, but also a new weight. Together, they bore it. The bond between husband and wife was tested not by grand trials, but by daily hardship. Failed harvests, illness, the deaths of parents, the struggle to make enough for winter. Through it all, they leaned into each other, not always with words, but with presence. A man might never say, "I love you," but he would carry water farther than needed. He would patch her shoes before his own. A woman might never ask for affection, but she would wait for him with warm soup, even when she was tired beyond speaking. Not all marriages were happy. Some were strained, mismatched, or marked by silence that never softened. But in most homes, there was something deeper than joy. There was respect, patience, and the knowledge that life was too long and too hard to walk alone. As they aged, roles shifted. The husband no longer rose first. The wife no longer hurried. They sat more, spoke less, watched grandchildren with quiet smiles. And sometimes, in those late years, love finally found its voice, not in grand declarations, but in the way he still called her by the name only he used, in the way she still knew how he liked his tea. When one passed, the other did not wail. They simply sat by the door a little longer, tended the altar with more care, spoke to the empty space beside them as if it still breathed. Because in the Han countryside, love was not a flame that burned fast and faded. It was a steady ember, glowing softly, quietly, for a lifetime. Community in the Han Dynasty countryside was not defined by boundaries or fences. It was something quieter, more intimate, woven into the fabric of daily life, like the threads of a well-worn robe. A village was more than a cluster of homes. It was a living rhythm. Each person, each family, moved in harmony with the others. And though voices were often soft and gestures humble, every action rippled outward. During planting season, the fields came alive not with noise, but with motion. Men worked side by side, sleeves rolled, feet bare in the muddy earth. They moved steadily, speaking little, but always aware of one another. If one man fell ill, another stepped in. If a family's ox died, neighbors shared their own. There was no formal rule, no written agreement. Help was given not because it was owed, but because it was understood, today for you, tomorrow for me. Women gathered in shaded courtyards or beside rivers to wash clothes. Their hands moved in practiced rhythms, scrubbing and rinsing, while their voices rose and fell in quiet conversation. News passed this way: whose child had a fever, whose rice had sprouted early, whose cousin might be visiting from a neighboring province. But gossip was rarely cruel. It was more like stitching, a way to hold the village together, thread by thread. Children flowed like water through the lanes of the village. No one owned them entirely. A child might be scolded by any elder, comforted by any neighbor. If a boy scraped his knee near the potter's shed, the potter wrapped it with cloth. If a girl wandered near the well, the weaver gently guided her home. The boundaries between homes were real, yet invisible. On festival days, those boundaries disappeared altogether. Lanterns were hung from tree branches in doorways. Tables were pulled outside, covered in modest dishes. Bowls of rice, pickled greens, stewed roots, and sometimes a sweet rice cake reserved for such days. There was no orchestra, no stage, but there were songs, passed from grandmother to grandchild, sung with quiet pride. Sometimes, a traveling performer came through. The sound of a flute announced his arrival long before he reached the village gate. People gathered on mats or low stools, watching as he told stories with carved puppets or played out ancient fables with cloth and voice. There was no applause, only soft smiles, and the quiet rustle of sleeves as hands clapped gently. In times of trouble, the village drew in closer. If a roof collapsed from heavy rain, everyone came. They did not wait to be asked. They brought bundles of straw, wooden beams, pots of congee. If a fire broke out, it was not one man's loss. It was a shared wound. Buckets formed a line. Prayers were whispered. When it was over, they did not speak of the damage. They spoke of rebuilding. Death, too, was a shared event. When an elder passed, a hush fell across the village. The home filled with lantern light and low voices. Neighbors brought incense, folded cloth, simple offerings of food. A procession was formed, not grand, but solemn. The body was carried through the village, past the fields, to a resting place marked not by marble, but by memory. And for days after, bowls of rice were placed at the door, not for the dead, but for the living to remember. Weddings were also shared. Even if food was scarce, Each family brought something: a jar of pickles, a woven mat, a carved spoon. The village came together not to witness, but to bless. They stood in quiet rows as the bride passed, eyes lowered, hands clasped, not out of formality, but respect. Elders held a special place in village life. Their words were rarely questioned, not because they ruled, but because they remembered. They had seen droughts, floods, new emperors, lost children. Their advice came slowly, often in the form of stories. "When I was your age," they would begin, and the room would grow still. Their presence was not loud, but steady, like stones in a riverbed, shaping the current without resisting it. The healer and the blacksmith were also central. The healer's hut smelled of dried herbs and warm ash. People came with bruises, fevers, dreams. The healer listened more than they spoke. Sometimes they gave a tincture, sometimes a story, sometimes only silence. The blacksmith's forge rang with a music of its own, iron on iron, fire breathing through bellows. He made tools, mended carts, shaped charms. He rarely smiled, but everyone trusted his hands. Disputes were rare, and when they came, they were resolved not with anger, but with tea. Two men would sit across a low table, steam rising between them. An elder would speak, not to punish, but to soften. There were no judges, only wisdom, and once the tea was shared, the matter was closed. The village was not perfect. There were moments of jealousy, whispers in the dark, quiet resentments, but these too were softened by time. Life was too long and too uncertain to cling to bitterness. In the Han countryside, community was not built in a day, nor with grand speeches. It was shaped by the shared lifting of burdens, by hands reaching without being asked, by lives lived not alone, but beside one another. And when the sun set behind the hills, casting long shadows across the fields, each home lit its own lantern. And in that soft glow, scattered across the valley like stars, the village breathed as one. In the countryside of the Han dynasty, the seasons were not just background. They were the rhythm of life itself. Each change in wind, color, and sound signaled a new chapter in the quiet calendar of the land. Farmers did not watch clocks. They watched the sky. The year began with the earliest signs of spring, when the snow melted slowly from the mountain edges and streams ran with a gentler sound. Children were the first to spot the green, tiny shoots pushing through the pale earth. That was when the elders said, "It is time." Oxen were brought out and harnessed to wooden plows. Their slow, steady steps cut furrows into soil that had slept all winter. Men worked in pairs, calling softly to their animals, while women followed behind, dropping seeds with practiced grace, rice in the lowlands, millet on the slopes, barley in the higher fields. It was a hopeful season, filled with quiet urgency. There was no room for delay. If planting was late, the harvest would suffer, and so even the youngest children took part, carrying water in buckets too large for their hands, their bare feet covered in mud. Prayers were whispered during planting, though not always aloud. In some villages, a small offering was buried in the first furrow, a dried fish, a folded coin, or a clump of incense, gifts for the spirits of the land. "Feed the earth," they said, "and it will feed you." As spring gave way to early summer, the air grew heavy. Rain was needed, but not too much. Farmers watched the sky with furrowed brows. When clouds gathered, they paused to listen. If the thunder rumbled low and distant, they smiled. If it cracked loudly overhead, they hurried to protect the seedlings. Rain festivals were held in times of drought. Villagers gathered in the square or beneath an old tree, where a bundle of incense was lit and prayers were spoken. A drum might be played, soft at first, then louder, as if to wake the sky. Children would run in circles, waving branches, laughing not because it was a game, but because joy itself was part of the ritual. When the rains finally came, no one complained of wet clothes or muddy paths. It was a blessing, and even the oldest villagers stood in doorways, eyes closed, letting the droplets fall onto their faces like a promise. The height of summer was both gift and trial. Fields shimmered with green, but the work was endless. Weeds were pulled, pests were chased. Irrigation ditches were watched like sleeping babies. A broken dam meant disaster. Families took turns watching the water flow, even at night. Meals were eaten quickly in the shade. Sweat dripped into bowls, but no one paused. They had waited all year for this. By late summer, the rice fields glowed with gold. That was when preparations for harvest began. Sickles were sharpened, baskets were mended, and the air itself seemed to hum with anticipation. Harvest was not a single day, it was a season. Whole families moved through the fields like waves, cutting, gathering, binding. Laughter rose with the breeze. Even amid exhaustion, there was a sense of deep reward. This was the moment everything had pointed toward. The gathered grain was spread on mats to dry in the sun. Children were sent to chase away birds, waving flags or rattling sticks. At night, the courtyard smelled of roasted husks and warm earth. Fires flickered, and for a brief time, the whole village seemed wrapped in a shared breath. Once the grain was stored in earthen jars and sealed with clay, the village celebrated, not with luxury, but with joy. A harvest festival was held, sometimes in the open field, sometimes in a central courtyard. Tables were filled with simple dishes, steamed buns, vegetable stews, dried fish. Wine made from millet was passed around in small cups, sipped slowly. Elders told stories. Children performed dances, shy but proud. A pig might be roasted, not just for taste, but as a sign of gratitude. "We eat," they said, because the earth allowed it. Offerings were placed on small altars, bowls of rice, cups of wine, slices of fruit, left out overnight for the ancestors and the spirits of the soil. Thank you for the rain, thank you for the sun, thank you for one more year. Autumn passed quietly. Leaves fell, swept into corners of the courtyard. Farmers repaired tools, mothers wove thick cloth for winter. Rice hulls were burned, their smoke drifting like ghosts across the fields. Chickens fattened, bundles of firewood stacked. The land grew still, and then came winter. The fields slept beneath frost, days shortened, and nights deepened. Work did not stop, but it slowed. Men carved wooden handles or fixed the roof. Women mended robes, embroidered hems, or dried herbs for medicine. Children huddled together, learning old riddles, watching their breath curl like smoke in the air. The first snowfall was met with reverence. It blanketed everything in silence. In those cold months, time moved differently. Meals were longer, stories told by firelight stretched like thread. The farmer looked out across the white fields and said, "We rest now, but not forever." Because in the Han countryside, the seasons were not just a cycle. They were memory. They were promise. They were the pulse of life itself, slow, sure, sacred. Time in the Han Dynasty countryside did not tick forward in seconds or minutes. It flowed slowly, like a river carving its path through stone. No one measured a day by the sound of bells or the turning of gears. Time was marked by the rising steam from a morning bowl of millet porridge, by the call of the rooster, by the long shadows stretching across the courtyard as the sun sank low behind the hills. For the villagers, each passing year was a circle, not a line. The seasons returned, not as copies of the past, but as echoes, each familiar yet slightly changed, and within those echoes, lives unfolded. Generations lived not in separation, but in continuation. A grandfather sat beneath the old tree, his eyes half closed, and watched his grandson play with the same spinning top he had once carved for his own son. A grandmother stirred a pot of congee, her hands trembling slightly, and remembered her own mother doing the same. Nothing was fast, nothing was loud, but everything mattered. Children learned not through books, but through observation. They watched how their parents spoke with the elders, how tools were held, how rice was planted, how silence was kept during offerings. Lessons were not given, they were lived. A young boy helped his father repair the fence, not because he understood the structure, but because he knew one day the fence would be his to mend. A girl watched her mother fold robes, careful and precise, and knew she would carry the same motions into her own home. Names passed from generation to generation, but not only names. So did stories, rituals, melodies hummed at night, and old beliefs whispered by the fire. The village did not forget. Memory was preserved not in writing, but in repetition. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, lanterns were lit as they had always been. The moon was watched with the same quiet wonder. Rice cakes were shaped with thumbprints, the same way a great-grandmother had shown. And in that continuity, there was peace. Ancestors were not distant figures. They were present in every altar, every bowed head, every murmured prayer. Each home had its shrine, a small wooden table or a carved shelf. There, incense burned softly, curling in the air like memory. Offerings were placed, not for ghosts, but for gratitude. A bowl of rice, a piece of fruit, a pinch of salt. Nothing extravagant, but each item held weight. Because of them, we eat. Because of them, we live. Even during hardship, that connection remained. When a storm destroyed the crops, when illness spread, when winters were longer than expected, the people did not curse the heavens. They endured. They leaned on each other. They reminded themselves that the ancestors, too, had survived lean years, and so would they. In the stillness of winter, the village often gathered to tell old tales, stories of mythical beasts, of clever farmers, of wise sages who could talk to trees or summon rain with a song. These stories were not believed in the way a child believes in magic, but they were not dismissed either. They were held close, like lullabies for the soul. They reminded the people that even in the quietest places, wonder could live. As elders passed on, their names were added to the altar. A new bowl was placed, a candle lit, and life went on. Sons became fathers, daughters became mothers. The same tools were held in new hands, the same songs sung in new voices, and yet beneath the surface, it was all the same thread, stretching gently across time. Occasionally, a traveler would pass through, bringing news of the capital, of new taxes or distant wars. The villagers listened politely, nodded, and returned to their fields. Because while the empire moved with urgency, the countryside moved with care. Its power lay not in conquest, but in persistence. Not in noise, but in nurture. At night, when all was still, the countryside breathed its own lullaby. The rustle of bamboo, the creak of a wooden shutter, the distant hoot of an owl. A woman folded clothes by candlelight. A man checked the roof tiles once more. Children dreamed beside the warmth of the hearth. In the dark, no one feared the future, because it would come and it would be met with the same quiet strength. Life in the Han Dynasty countryside was not grand. It did not seek glory or invention, but in its simplicity, there was something enduring. A way of life that honored rhythm over rush, connection over ambition, patience over pride. And so, as the moon hung low over the fields and the lanterns flickered in soft orange glow, the village slept. And in their sleep, the people were held by memory, by earth, by the slow, sacred turning of time. That brings our story to a gentle close. Now let us quietly drift into the next tale. Another soft step in our sleepy history series. This time, we journey to the high desert, to ancient cliff dwellings carved in silence and sun. Our next story is the mysterious disappearance of the Ancestral Puebloans. Close your eyes and let the wind through the canyon walls lull you into rest. High above the canyons of the American Southwest, where the sun casts long shadows over ancient cliffs and the wind whispers through sagebrush and stone, lie the remains of a people long gone. Carved into the very walls of the earth, their homes still cling to the edges of steep rock faces, silent, empty, and enduring. These were the Ancestral Puebloans, once known as the Anasazi. Their presence lingers not through words or grand monuments, but in the soft echoes of their stonework, the worn paths between mesas, and the faint traces of lives once lived beneath the endless desert sky. In the beginning, they were not cliff dwellers. They began as a scattered people, dwelling in pit houses dug into the ground, covered with wooden beams and mud. These early homes, found in what is now the Four Corners region, where Utah, Colorado, Arizona, and New Mexico meet, were modest but warm, designed to shield families from the heat of day and the cold of desert nights. The land was harsh, but the people adapted. They farmed corn, beans, and squash using dry farming techniques and small reservoirs to catch what little rain fell. Their relationship with the land was intimate and patient. They read the clouds like a calendar, tracked the stars across the sky, and placed their trust in the slow rhythm of the seasons. Over generations, their homes evolved. The pit houses gave way to above-ground pueblos, multi-roomed structures made from adobe and stone. These buildings were cool in summer, warm in winter, and often connected to form communal living spaces. The rooms were small, with low ceilings and narrow doorways, requiring people to stoop as they entered, as if bowing in respect to the earth itself. The pueblos grew larger, sometimes reaching 3 or 4 stories high. They were not built quickly. Each wall, each stone, each timber carried the weight of time. And as these structures rose, so too did the people's knowledge and spiritual life. They built kivas, ceremonial chambers often sunk into the ground, round and roofed, entered by a ladder through the ceiling. These spaces were sacred, reserved for rituals, stories, and the quiet passing down of knowledge from one generation to the next. The kivas were dark, cool, and silent, but for the soft murmur of prayer and the low hum of flute or drum. By the 12th century, the ancestral Puebloans had reached a height of cultural complexity. In places like Chaco Canyon, they constructed great houses, massive structures aligned with solar and lunar cycles. Some contained hundreds of rooms, carefully laid out with roads connecting them to outlying settlements. These roads were not simple footpaths. They were engineered, sometimes straight across the land, regardless of terrain, as if carved with purpose beyond utility. The Chacoans hauled timber from forests over 50 miles away, carried by human hands across dry plains. Why so much effort? Perhaps for ceremony, perhaps for alignment with the heavens, perhaps simply because that was their way, to build with intention, in harmony with something unseen. Yet for all their achievements, the ancestral Puebloans lived without written language. Their history is silent, recorded only in stone tools, pottery shards, and the pictographs painted on canyon walls. A handprint, a spiral, a deer, a star, symbols that speak to the heart but leave much to interpretation. Their pots were decorated with black and white geometric patterns, swirls, zigzags, lines woven like wind across the surface. Each pot told a story, though its meaning is now lost to time. Their sandals were woven from yucca fibers, their baskets tight and strong, their tools made from stone and bone. These were not primitive people. They were skilled, observant, and deeply in tune with their surroundings. The land taught them patience, the sky taught them humility, and so they built not to conquer, but to endure. As the centuries passed, the cliffs called. The people began moving their homes higher into the natural alcoves of canyon walls. There, sheltered from enemies and the elements, they built entire villages: cliff palace, spruce tree house, balcony house. Dozens of rooms nestled in the rock like birds in a cliffside nest. Ladders connected levels. Narrow steps were carved into stone. Water had to be carried up. Food, too. Every day was a small act of perseverance. From above, the cliff dwellings are nearly invisible. From within, they open to breathtaking views: blue sky, red rock, and the wide silence of desert. At night, the stars blanketed the villagers, as they had their ancestors, flickering like distant fires. It is here, in these fragile stone homes, that the mystery begins to take shape. For one day, not long after the great houses were filled and the kivas well used, the people began to leave. Not all at once, not with fanfare or disaster, but slowly, like a tide receding from the shore. By the end of the 13th century, the great villages stood empty. The fires burned out, the doors were sealed, the pots left behind, and the people were gone. When a village disappears, and there are no cries of battle, no ruins burned black by flame, no bones scattered in haste, the silence becomes the mystery. The cliff dwellings of the ancestral Puebloans did not fall to war or fire. They were not abandoned in chaos. In many of these places, pottery was left unbroken, tools were neatly arranged, and food stores were partially filled. There were no signs of forced departure, no sudden violence. Instead, there was only a soft absence, as if the people had simply stepped away, one season, one year, and did not return. Archaeologists have studied the evidence for decades, and still, no single answer has emerged. But among the canyons, theories drift like the desert wind, quiet and persistent. One of the most enduring ideas is that of drought. Climate records taken from ancient tree rings, narrow bands that mark each year of growth, tell of a time, around the late 1200s, when the rains began to fail. Year after year, the monsoon clouds came later, stayed shorter, or did not come at all. Crops withered in the fields, cisterns dried up, the reservoirs built carefully by generations stood empty beneath the scorching sun. And as the rivers shrank, so too did the patience of the people, In a land that gave little and demanded much, water was everything. Its absence would not only make farming harder, it would fray the threads that held communities together. Sharing became tension. Tension became dispute. Dispute became division. Another theory speaks of soil exhaustion. After centuries of farming the same fields, the nutrients had been drawn out, season by season, harvest by harvest. Even with care, the land may have grown tired. Corn grew weak, beans failed to flower. People once thriving began to feel the hunger return. And hunger, quiet at first, has a way of growing louder with each empty bowl. Then there are the signs of social stress. In some ruins, defensive structures were added near the end. Watchtowers, walls, hidden storage rooms. These are not the designs of a people at peace. They suggest fear, perhaps not of foreign invaders, but of neighbors. Scarcity breeds competition. And when water is low, food is scarce, and alliances begin to falter, even kin can become rivals. Oral histories from descendant Pueblo peoples speak not of conquest, but of migration. They tell of ancestors who moved in search of balance, in response to signs, dreams, or celestial guidance. For some, the departure may not have been a collapse, but a choice, a spiritual turning point, a communal decision to leave the old and seek the new. In this light, the sealing of doorways, the careful arrangement of tools, and the quiet closing of kivas take on a different meaning. They are not the marks of defeat. They are part of a ritual of departure, a respectful farewell, a promise to remember. And in many cases, these people did not vanish. They moved, southward, eastward, into what are now the homes of modern Pueblo tribes, Hopi, Zuni, and others. Their traditions bear the fingerprints of the past, ceremonies that echo the rhythm of ancient rituals, language that carries fragments of a time before written words, pottery styles that still reflect the swirling designs once painted in cliffside homes. The mystery, then, is not of disappearance, but of transformation. The ancestral Puebloans did not die out. They became something else. And yet, for all these clues, there remains a lingering stillness in the abandoned villages, a sense of pause. Walking through the ruins today, one feels it. The coolness of stone touched by centuries. The quiet hum of wind moving through empty windows. The sense that someone once lived here, loved here, worked here, prayed here, and then gently walked away. In some sites, small footprints remain in hardened earth. A child's step near a hearth. A woman's sandal mark near a grinding stone. They are not dramatic, they are not grand, but they are human. They remind us that this story is not about ruins. It is about lives, about people who rose before dawn, gathered water, ground corn, told stories by firelight, sang songs to the stars, and slowly, over time, decided to leave their stone homes behind. Why exactly they did, we may never fully know. But in their leaving, they left us something rare, a puzzle wrapped in beauty, a question cradled in the quiet hands of time. The sun still sets over the canyons as it once did, casting long light across the ancient walls. The cliff dwellings remain, weathered but proud, and the mystery, like the desert itself, waits patiently in the silence. Though the people had vanished, what they left behind was far from silence. Every stone wall, every pottery shard, every petroglyph carved into sun-baked rock became a whisper from the past, subtle, enduring, and waiting to be heard. To wander the ancient homes of the ancestral Puebloans is to step into a carefully preserved memory. The sandstone walls, fitted without mortar, still stand against the slow erosion of wind and time. Stones were selected with care, shaped by hand, and laid one upon the other with a sense of purpose that can still be felt centuries later. These were not hurried constructions. They were acts of devotion. In many cliff dwellings, the rooms are small, often only large enough to sleep or store food. Some were living spaces, others for storage, and still others held no clear function, perhaps reserved for ritual, quiet thought, or communal storytelling. The entrances were deliberately sized, narrow enough to retain warmth, low enough to encourage humility upon entry. In each corner, soot from cooking fires still darkens the ceiling, a blackened mark left by thousands of meals, shared among family in the safety of stone. The most evocative spaces are the kivas, circular chambers set partly into the ground, topped with a flat wooden roof. often accessed by ladder through a central hole. Kivas were sacred, reserved for ceremony and spiritual life. Their designs followed a deep tradition: a fire pit in the center, a ventilation shaft to feed the flames, a deflector stone to shield the room, and most symbolically, a sipapu, a small hole in the floor representing the passage through which ancestors emerged into this world. To sit in a kiva is to feel time slow. The cool air, the scent of earth, the stillness, these elements combine to create a space meant not just for gathering, but for remembering. Petroglyphs and pictographs also tell quiet stories, carved or painted on canyon walls, where they remain exposed to sun, rain, and centuries of wondering eyes. Spirals, animals, human figures with arms raised to the sky, some precise, others abstract, dot the sandstone faces like messages in a forgotten code. Spirals are among the most common symbols. Some believe they represent migration. Others see them as solar markers, tracking the movement of the sun throughout the year. In hidden alcoves, some of these symbols align perfectly with shafts of light during solstices and equinoxes. It's a reminder that these were not primitive markings. They were calendars, stories, prayers. The pottery, too, is remarkable. Black on white designs dominate, characterized by geometric precision and deliberate symmetry. Zigzags, checkerboards, stepped patterns, and curved lines spiral around vessels used for storage, cooking, or ceremony. No two are identical, but all speak the same visual language, one of balance, harmony, and deep intention. Even broken pieces tell a story. The clay came from nearby deposits. It was mixed with groundstone or sand for strength, shaped by coiling rather than spinning, then smoothed by hand, painted with mineral-based slips, and fired in open pits. Each pot, bowl, or ladle required not just time, but understanding of earth, of fire, of form. These objects are not just artifacts. They are fingerprints of lives once fully lived, remnants of a people who may have had no written words, but who spoke fluently in craft, structure, and symbol. Tools made of stone, bone, and wood also remain. Projectile points, grinding stones, scrapers, and awls. Simple but effective, they show how the ancestral Puebloans engaged daily with their environment. Corn was ground by hand on large flat stones called metates. A rhythmic, meditative labor repeated generation after generation. In many sites, grooves worn into rock mark the countless repetitions of life, each indentation a quiet record of nourishment and endurance. The roads they built, though now faint, stretch across vast distances. In places like Chaco Canyon, these roads are astonishing in their straightness, cutting across mesas and arroyos without deviation. Some run for dozens of miles, their purpose still debated. Were they used for trade, pilgrimage, or symbolic connection? We do not know. But their existence shows that even in isolation, these communities were part of a larger web, one bound not by conquest, but by alignment, intention, and shared understanding. Even the trash tells stories. Middens, ancient refuse heaps, offer glimpses into diet, habits, and daily life. Discarded corn cobs, bones from small game, worn-out sandals, and broken tools become a mosaic of the mundane, elevated by the passage of time into precious evidence. Archaeologists sift through these layers like readers turning pages in a book with no title, no chapter headings, but meaning on every line. In all of this, stonework, pottery, carvings, roads, trash, we find no kings, no palaces, no golden thrones. The ancestral Puebloans did not build an empire of domination. They built a culture of balance. Their legacy is not grandeur, but grace. Not ambition, but awareness. And though their reasons for leaving remain unclear, what they left behind remains profoundly human. Quiet, enduring, waiting. In the hush of the high desert, where only the wind dares to speak too loudly, the legacy of the ancestral Puebloans lingers. It does not shout. It hums. It whispers through the cracks in sandstone, through the faded spirals, through the soot that still clings to ancient ceilings. And if one listens long enough, perhaps the story continues, not with answers, but with understanding. There are places in the American Southwest where time seems to rest its head, where the stones still hold warmth from ancient hands, where the wind, gentle and persistent, weaves through empty doorways as if looking for someone who has long since gone. Among these sacred sites, Few are more hauntingly beautiful than Mesa Verde and Chaco Canyon, two of the most well-preserved and spiritually charged remnants of the ancestral Puebloan world. Mesa Verde, which means green table in Spanish, rises like a fortress from the high desert. From a distance, the plateau appears calm and unassuming, a flat crown of forested land perched above a maze of canyons. But tucked into the steep alcoves beneath its rim lie entire cities carved into stone. Cliff Palace, perhaps the most iconic of these settlements, is a breathtaking arrangement of over 150 rooms and 20-some kivas. Built into a natural rock shelter with sweeping views of the canyon below, the palace clings to the cliffside like a secret. It is not just a place of stone, it is a place of silence, the kind of silence that feels intentional. Walking along the narrow paths that lead to these dwellings, one moves slowly, partly out of caution, but also out of reverence. The rooms are empty now, but the energy remains. The doorways are small, the ceilings low, the walls smooth from years of use. In the kivas, cool air lingers, and light filters down through the same roof openings used centuries ago. A shaft of sunlight across ancient stone can feel like a soft voice, reminding you to breathe slower, to listen. Nearby are Spruce Tree House, Balcony House, and others, each with its own story, its own arrangement of rooms, and ceremonial spaces. The people who lived here were not isolated. They were part of a larger network. And that brings us to Chaco Canyon, farther south in what is now New Mexico. If Mesa Verde feels intimate, Chaco feels vast. The canyon itself is wide and windswept, flanked by sandstone cliffs that glow orange and gold in the morning sun. But what lies within it is astonishing. A collection of great houses built with precision and aligned with the stars. Pueblo Bonito, the largest of these structures, once stood 5 stories tall and contained over 600 rooms. It was not a fortress, nor a palace, but something different, something communal, something sacred. Its walls were constructed from meticulously shaped sandstone blocks, set in patterns that suggest both utility and aesthetic care. The entire complex follows a D shape, oriented with celestial cycles in mind. During the solstices, light moves across the buildings in ways that seem choreographed, sunlight illuminating corners and doorways at just the right moment. It's as if the buildings themselves were calendars, instruments of harmony with the cosmos. Chaco Canyon was more than a home. It was a ceremonial center, a place of gathering and guidance. Archaeologists have uncovered evidence of distant visitors, suggesting that people traveled from hundreds of miles away to take part in rituals, trade, or pilgrimage. The roads that radiate from Chaco are straight, deliberate, and enduring, some etched into the very crust of the land, others raised like causeways. They lead not just to other settlements, but to sacred places in the landscape. Springs, mountain peaks, places where sky meets earth in the language of the old stories. Standing in Chaco, one feels the weight of collective memory. There are no loud remnants, no gold, no monuments to war, just rooms, just stones, just alignments, just quiet. As the day fades, the desert colors shift. Shadows stretch across the canyon floor, the wind grows cooler, and the stars begin to emerge, one by one, just as they did when the people were still here. The same constellations they watched from rooftops, the same cycles they followed to plant, harvest, and gather. The architecture of the sky was as important to them as the architecture of stone. Many modern Pueblo peoples still return to Chaco and Mesa Verde, not as tourists, but as descendants. To them, these are not ruins. They are homes of the ancestors, resting places of spirits, places of prayer and return. Ceremonies are held quietly, offerings are left respectfully. And even today, elders tell stories that include these places, not as history, but as living memory. To stand among these stones is to feel the boundary between past and present dissolve. A breath taken now echoes in chambers once filled with song. A step across a threshold feels like crossing into another time. It is not dramatic, it is not loud, but it is deep, and it lingers. The mystery of the ancestral Puebloans does not lie only in why they left. It lives in the enduring presence of what they left behind. In the way the walls catch the morning light, in the way the wind carries stories between canyon walls, in the quiet, where understanding waits not in answers, but in stillness. And as night falls over Mesa Verde and Chaco Canyon, the stars come into full bloom, just as they always have. patient, constant, watching over the homes of those who walked quietly into history, leaving their voices in stone. Though the cliff dwellings now rest in silence, their spirit has not faded. The ancestral Puebloans may have moved on from the sandstone walls and kivas of Mesa Verde and Chaco Canyon, but they did not vanish. Their lives, stories, and traditions flowed forward, passed down through generations, carried not in books or monuments, but in memory, ceremony, and breath. Today, the descendants of those ancient people live in communities spread across the American Southwest: the Hopi of northern Arizona, the Zuni of western New Mexico, the various Tewa, Tiwa, Towa, and Keres-speaking pueblos lining the Rio Grande. Their languages, dances, prayers, and values form a living thread that stretches back 1,000 years and more. This is not a broken history, it is a continuing one. Among the Hopi, the story of origin speaks of emergence through the Sipapu, a small hole in the earth, from a previous world into this one. It mirrors the design of ancient kivas, where that very symbol was carved into the floor. It is not coincidence, it is continuity. The Hopi speak of migrations guided by spiritual signs, of sacred journeys across a vast landscape, marked by shrines and stories. They say their ancestors built and left many villages, always in search of balance and harmony with nature and spirit. This echoes the archaeological record. Villages were not always abandoned because of failure. Some departures were ritual, chosen, ceremonial, like a tree dropping leaves not because it is dying, but because it is time. The dances held in Hopi plazas today, colorful, slow, reverent, are not performances for outsiders. They are prayers in motion. Each step, each movement of the Kachina dancers is a living invocation. The drums echo the heartbeat of the earth. The rattles mimic the rain. The songs are sung not to entertain, but to remember, to honor, to ask the world to remain in balance. Among the Zuni, the pottery still bears designs that speak in the language of the ancients: spirals, feathered lines, geometric bands. These are not decorations. They are maps of meaning. They connect the practical with the sacred. Water jars, food bowls, ceremonial vessels, all carry both function and reverence. When a pot is broken, it is not simply discarded. It is mourned. It is returned to the earth with thanks. Pueblo communities today still organize around clan structures, rooted in matrilineal descent. The concept of family extends beyond the nuclear. It includes elders, ancestors, and future generations. The land is not owned, it is shared. And decisions are made not for profit, but for the good of the people. These principles reflect a worldview that the ancestral Puebloans likely held as well, one of reciprocity, humility, and deep respect for the natural world. Language remains vital. Though many indigenous tongues are endangered, there are efforts, gentle, persistent, to keep them alive. Young people are learning the words their grandparents speak. Songs are being recorded. Prayers are whispered in native syllables beneath the open sky. Language carries more than meaning. It carries worldview. It holds the shape of thought, the rhythm of belonging. And in the voices of Pueblo elders, you can still hear the echoes of ancient canyons. Sacred sites are still visited, not just for tourism, but for communion. Pilgrimages are made to old villages. Offerings of cornmeal, feathers, or prayers are left at springs, rock shelters, or hilltops. These acts are not about history, they are about presence. A conversation across centuries, a way of saying, we are still here, we remember. The mystery of the ancestral Puebloans is sometimes framed as a puzzle to be solved, but perhaps it is not a riddle with a single answer. Perhaps it is a river, flowing, shifting, moving through time. Archaeologists bring their tools, historians bring their theories, but the people themselves bring something deeper, lived experience. Stories passed from grandfather to granddaughter, rituals performed not for show, but for soul. And through these practices, the ancestors do not seem so far away. They rise with the morning smoke from adobe hearths. They whisper in the cottonwood leaves. They dance in the dust kicked up by moccasined feet. And they linger in the quiet moments when a pot is shaped, a song is sung, or a prayer is offered with open palms to the sky. The story, then, is not just about departure. It is about endurance. Not a vanishing, but a weaving, threaded into the lives of those who continue to walk the same lands, speak the same languages, and honor the same stars. The cliff dwellings may stand empty, but the spirit that built them is not gone. It lives on, carried not by stone, but by people. And in this way, the ancestral Puebloans remain exactly what they always were: resilient, rooted, and reverently connected to the rhythms of earth and sky. To understand the ancestral Puebloans is to slow down and listen to the rhythms of the land itself. Their lives moved in harmony with the seasons, not in defiance of them. Every cycle, every dawn, every moon, every rainfall was not just a change in the environment, but a change in how one lived, thought, and prayed. In the spring, the high desert stirred to life. Snowmelt from distant mountains trickled into dry arroyos, bringing precious moisture to a thirsty earth. Buds opened cautiously on cottonwood trees. The air smelled of damp stone and fragile blossoms. The people emerged from the winter shelters of stone and earth, returning to the fields. They prepared the soil by hand, no plows, no beasts, only wooden digging sticks and time. Corn, beans, and squash, the sacred trio, were planted with care. These crops were more than food. They were kin, gifts from the spirits, symbols of balance and cooperation. Corn grew tall, beans climbed its stalks, and squash spread broad leaves to shade the ground. Each plant supported the others. It was a kind of botanical harmony mirrored in human relationships. Summer came with heat and brilliance. The sun hung high over the mesas, and shade became sacred. Days were long, but work was constant. Tending fields, repairing dwellings, gathering herbs, weaving baskets, shaping pottery. The community thrived on cooperation. Everyone had a role. Children learned by watching. Elders guided without command. Meals were cooked in clay pots over open fires. Cornmeal porridge, roasted squash, beans flavored with wild herbs. The food was simple, but its preparation was thoughtful, almost meditative. In the evenings, when the air cooled and the light turned golden, families would sit in the courtyards or on rooftops. Stories were told. Stars appeared slowly. The voices of owls and night insects sang the world to sleep. Autumn brought harvest and ceremony. The fields, now gold and green with ripened corn and squash, were carefully gathered. Gratitude filled the air. Ceremonial dances were held, sometimes in the open, sometimes in the kiva's round silence. Feathers, shells, and colored paints adorned the dancers. The community gave thanks not just to the earth, but to the sun, the wind, the spirits that watched over every seed and sprout. This was a time of balance, a farewell to abundance, and a preparation for the leaner days. Winter descended with quiet authority. Snow blanketed the mesas and drifted into the cliff dwellings. The world shrank. Fires were kept burning. Songs were sung softly indoors. The walls echoed with memory. Pottery and tools were mended. Blankets were woven tightly. Time was passed with storytelling and reflection. This was not a season of productivity, but of patience, of waiting. And through it all, the planting, the harvesting, the resting, the people watched the sky. They tracked the sun's path across the horizon. They marked solstices and equinoxes with stone markers and ceremonial alignments. These were not accidental. They were intentional acts of reverence, a calendar built into the bones of the land. Even shadows were sacred. In certain kivas, shafts of sunlight would fall across the floor at precise times of the year, illuminating the sipapu, or casting light on carved symbols. The world spoke through light and silence, and the people listened. Sound itself was treated with care. In the vastness of the canyon or the stillness of a stone room, even a footstep or whispered prayer could carry far. There were no loud machines, no blaring horns, only the hum of insects, the call of birds, the rustle of wind through sagebrush. Life unfolded in quiet tones. This attentiveness extended to the smallest tasks. A single strand of yucca fiber was twisted into cordage for nets and sandals. Stones were shaped by patient hands into tools that would last for years. Every act was slow, deliberate, measured. There was no rush, no obsession with more. The people lived with what they needed, and what they needed was shaped by the earth, the sky, and each other. At night, the world softened further, the fire dimmed, the wind grew cold, the stars emerged in thousands. Undisturbed by city light or artificial glow, the Milky Way stretched across the sky like a silent river. The people would lie beneath it, wrapped in woven blankets, watching, listening, breathing in rhythm with the night. Sleep came not with devices or alarms, but with trust, with the knowledge that the day had been lived in balance, and that the world, for all its vastness, still held them gently. In the end, perhaps the greatest wisdom of the ancestral Puebloans was not in what they built or left behind, but in how they lived, with reverence for each season, each shadow, each stone, not grasping at time, but moving with it, not mastering the land, but belonging to it. And in their quiet, we are invited to slow down too, to remember that peace is not found in answers, but in attention, that stillness is not emptiness, but fullness, and that sleep, when it finally comes, is not a retreat, but a return. Time does not roar in the desert. It does not rush or rage. It moves gently, like wind through canyon grass, like shadows crawling over stone. In the world of the ancestral Puebloans, time was not kept on clocks or carved into monuments. It lived in cycles, the soft return of spring, the quiet descent of snow, the stars wheeling slowly through the sky. And though centuries have passed since their footsteps last echoed in those cliffside villages, something of them still lingers, not in a ghostly way, not in mystery alone, but in presence, in a kind of patience. The stone walls remain. They do not shout their age. They do not demand attention. They simply are. Standing quietly beneath the sky, they remind us that permanence need not be loud, that strength does not always declare itself. Some rooms are half collapsed, roofs have fallen in, doorways open onto emptiness, yet nothing about these ruins feels broken. They feel paused, like a sentence trailing off mid-thought, inviting the listener to lean closer, to feel the space between the words. A crumbling wall in the canyon sun does not grieve. It endures, and in that endurance, it teaches. Archaeologists, with their tools and theories, have unearthed much, bones, beads, seeds, and shards. But even they will admit, what remains unsaid is often more powerful. A child's handprint in clay, a bit of turquoise tucked into a wall, a corn cob charred by fire. These fragments are not puzzles to be solved. They are whispers from another rhythm of life, a rhythm slower than ours, one that moved with the land, not over it. In the stillness of early morning, when the air is cool and the light is pale, one can stand at the edge of a kiva and feel the hum of something eternal. Not noise, not memory, something deeper. Perhaps it is the echo of breath shared by generations. Perhaps it is the echo of prayer, rising upward through the sipapu like smoke. Or perhaps it is simply the quiet itself, vast, ancient, undisturbed. The people who lived here are gone, but not lost. Their disappearance was not an erasure. It was a transition, a migration, a turning of the page in a very long story. And even now, their descendants walk the same sun-baked paths, speak the same prayers, honor the same sky. The names may have changed, the villages may have shifted, but the thread has not broken. It has only been woven differently. And for those who listen, not with their ears, but with their presence, the land still tells the story. A canyon is a kind of book, its layers written in silence. A dwelling carved into stone is a kind of thought made solid. A pot shaped and painted with care is a kind of voice, calling softly across time. The mystery of the ancestral Puebloans is not that they vanished. It is that they remain so gracefully. They slipped from one world into another, leaving behind not confusion, but beauty, not answers, but atmosphere, not endings, but invitations, to slow down, to listen, to sleep, not as escape, but as return. So if you find yourself wandering through their lands, in mind, in dream, or in person, walk slowly, breathe deeply, touch the stone, if allowed. Let the wind carry your thoughts. Let the stars above remind you that time does not rush, that everything ancient was once new, and that stillness is not silence, it is story. And as the last lines of this tale settle into your mind and your breathing grows soft and steady, remember, the canyon is still there, the walls are still warm, and somewhere far beneath the blanket of stars, the past is not sleeping. It is simply resting, like you are now. There is a quiet comfort in not knowing. In a world that so often chases certainty and explanation, there is something profoundly restful about allowing a mystery to remain, a space not filled with answers, but with stillness. The story of the ancestral Puebloans, as it drifts toward its close, leaves us not with a single truth, but with the soft hum of possibilities. And perhaps that is precisely what makes it so powerful. We do not know exactly why the great cities of the cliffs and mesas were left behind. We can measure the age of the wood beams. We can trace the carbon in the hearth ash. We can map the paths of migration, identify the pottery styles, and estimate rainfall patterns. But still, when we stand before those silent walls or sit beside a crumbling kiva, the question remains, why did they leave, and where did they go, and how did they decide it was time? These questions hover like dust motes in the sunlight, visible only when we pause long enough to see them. And in that pause, something shifts. The mystery becomes less about solving and more about feeling. It invites us into a different kind of knowing, one that comes not from facts, but from being. In the pause, we remember that these were people. They had hopes, fears, joys. Their lives were not so different from ours. They woke to the smell of firewood smoke. They listened to the cries of children and the laughter of elders. They worried about the weather. They prayed for rain. They watched the stars. Their hands shaped the walls that still stand today. Their footprints, now dusted over, once moved through narrow paths carved into stone. They lived not as legends, but as neighbors to the land. And like all who live in rhythm with nature, they knew when to stay and when to go. There is a tenderness in the idea that they left, not because they failed, but because the time came. The way leaves fall not from weakness, but from the wisdom of letting go. The way birds migrate not in fear, but in knowing where warmth waits. Maybe it wasn't disaster that drove them. Maybe it was grace. Perhaps a drought stretched longer than expected, or a spring remained dry. Maybe the corn no longer grew in a certain patch of earth, or maybe the people simply listened to dreams, to signs, to the whisper of spirit, and knew that the story needed to be continued somewhere else. This kind of departure does not feel tragic, it feels poetic. A culture not collapsing, but transforming, not ending, but evolving. And when we allow ourselves to see it that way, the mystery becomes gentle. It becomes a song without a final note, a painting with space left at the edge of the canvas. The story becomes participatory. We are not just observers, we are part of the listening, the wondering, the imagining. Even now, the wind that passes through the old doorways carries more than air. It carries memory, echoes of a time when the canyon was alive with voices, songs, and shared meals, when children ran across rooftops, when the smell of roasted corn filled the air, when prayers were whispered into the wind, asking not for control, but for harmony. And in that harmony, there was peace. In our modern world, so fast, so loud, so demanding, there is something healing about returning, even briefly, to that ancient pace. To a world where stillness was not wasted time, where silence was not awkward, where not knowing was not a failure, but a form of reverence. We may never know everything about the Ancestral Puebloans, their choices, their journeys, their full truth. These things are tucked safely into the folds of time. But we know this, they lived with respect. They built with care. They listened to the land and to each other. They left behind not just structures but stories, not just questions, but quiet. And in the quiet, we find rest. So tonight, as your breath grows slower and your thoughts grow softer, let the mystery be your companion. Let the unanswered questions lull you, not into confusion, but into calm. Let the stone walls of long ago cradle your imagination. Let the ancient paths guide you, not toward conclusion, but toward wonder. Because some stories do not need an ending to be complete. Some stories are meant to remain open, like a canyon beneath stars, like a whisper on the wind, like a dream that carries you gently into sleep. What remains after a people leave? Not just in structure or artifact, but in essence. This is the question that lingers, not loudly but like a soft echo, after the story of the Ancestral Puebloans. Their departure was not a single moment, nor a dramatic vanishing. It was slow, gradual, like dusk turning to night, and yet in their absence they left something behind, something that does not fade with time. It is not just the stonework, not just the kivas and cliff walls, but something quieter, a way of being, a stillness, a lesson about how to live with the land rather than above it. The people who built those cliff dwellings did not conquer the landscape. They folded themselves into it. Look closely, and you'll see how the architecture follows the curves of the canyon, how the stone blends with the mesa, how the walls are shaped to catch sunlight or shield from wind. These homes were not imposed on nature. They were in conversation with it. And so they remain, not as scars, but as whispers. Imagine walking through one of these ancient villages now. The floor beneath your feet is made of packed earth and crumbled time. The air is dry, but carries the faint scent of juniper. Every step feels soft, hushed, respectful. The walls around you are warm to the touch in the afternoon sun, and cool as shade deepens. Through an open doorway, a square of light rests quietly on the ground. A lizard darts across it, pauses, then disappears again. There are no crowds here, no announcements, no flashing lights, only presence. The silence is not empty, it's full of memory, of reverence, of moments that unfolded long before your arrival and will continue long after. You're reminded gently that you are not the center. You are a visitor. And this humility, this soft awareness begins to settle into you. You slow your breathing, your thoughts loosen, you begin to match the pace of stone. Perhaps this is the true legacy of the Ancestral Puebloans, not their disappearance, but their way of remaining, not by noise or fame, but by harmony. They did not try to last forever. They simply lived well while they were here. And the traces they left behind are not monuments of ego, but echoes of balance. A pottery shard tells the story of hands that shaped and painted. A stone tool, worn smooth, remembers tasks repeated with care. A hearth, long cold, once warmed children and elders alike. Even the empty rooms speak, not of abandonment, but of transition. They are not broken, only still. And in that stillness, something profound lingers. In the modern world, we often measure value by presence. If something is not seen, it is forgotten. If it is not loud, it is ignored. But the Puebloans remind us that there is strength in quiet, that there is permanence in what listens rather than shouts, that there is wisdom in what yields. And so, when we reflect on their story, we are not left with loss, but with gentleness. Their way of life invites us to consider our own. Are we in harmony with the world around us? Do we move with awareness, with care, with reverence? Or do we push forward, always building higher, faster, louder? In their cliff dwellings, we find no gold, no weapons of war, no thrones or temples of domination. Instead, we find bowls for sharing food, tools for growing sustenance, paintings of animals, stars, and spirits. A world where life was circular, not linear, where seasons were teachers, not obstacles, where stories were passed by firelight, not written in books. There is something deeply peaceful in that, something healing. It reminds us that not all stories must be finished to be meaningful. Some are best left open, like a trail winding into the canyon, like a sky full of stars, like a breath before sleep. As you listen now, eyes closed, body still, let yourself drift toward that silence. Imagine the sun setting over the mesas, the canyon turning gold, then blue, then quiet. The wind slowing to a whisper, and somewhere, in the shadows of ancient stone, the memory of a people who moved with the earth, not against it, who lived, not forever, but fully, and who, in leaving, taught us the beauty of being. Not always seen, but always present. In the end, the canyon remains. Long after the fires went out and the voices faded, long after the last footstep echoed off stone, the canyon remains. The cliff dwellings, carved into the earth like quiet thoughts, still cling to the walls. Time has brushed against them gently, not with destruction, but with patience. The rain has softened their edges, the wind has polished the paths, and the sun, faithful in its arc, still casts golden light across the doorways each morning and draws long shadows each night. This is not a place of ghosts. It is not haunted by what has left. It is held by what has stayed. A certain presence, not of sound, but of space, of memory, of rhythm. In this place, time bends. The past is not gone. It is folded into the present, like threads in cloth. You can feel it in the texture of the walls, the weight of the stones, the breath of the air. The silence here is not empty. It is full of stories, of cycles, of reverence. And as you rest here, in this final chapter, the story becomes yours to hold, not to solve, not to explain, but to feel. to carry softly like a stone in your palm. A reminder that people once lived here, not to conquer, but to belong. That they listened more than they spoke. That they moved with the seasons, not against them. That they knew the value of stillness, the wisdom of yielding, the peace of walking away when the time was right. Perhaps they left because the rain stopped. Perhaps they left because the soil grew thin. Or perhaps they left because they were called to new lands, new skies, new beginnings. And in answering that call, they left behind more than structures. They left a message, not carved in stone, but whispered through the years. You do not need to be remembered to have mattered. You do not need to leave a monument to leave meaning. You only need to live with care, to build with love, to rest with trust. And so now, as your breathing softens and the hum of this story fades into night, let yourself imagine the final moments in one of those cliffside homes, a family gathering their few things, a woman brushing her hand over a doorway one last time, a child looking back at the place where he first learned to walk, a man pausing before stepping down the path, not with fear, but with peace. The walls will remain, the wind will remember, and their story, like yours, will continue in ways no one will ever fully know. And that is enough. Let your mind settle now. Let the last echoes drift away. The canyon is still, the stars are rising. And in this quiet, nothing is missing, nothing is broken, only resting, as you are. Sleep now as the ancients did, with the earth beneath you, the sky above, and the mystery held gently in your heart. A mystery not to be solved, but to be slept beside, in peace. Thank you so much for staying with us until the very end. We hope this quiet journey helped you drift into a peaceful sleep. And if you're waking up now, good morning. May your new day be filled with calm energy, gentle joy, and quiet strength. We'll be here whenever you're ready for the next story.